All right, well, let's turn the key, put it in gear. Kick off right into the last third of our season on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series with a 7th stop of the year, Lake Tenkiller in Oklahoma for the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite TH Marine, bringing you our live coverage. We got about 7 hours of it headed your way here on Bassmaster.com on Roku. And we have got a lot to figure out on this lake today. A lot of our anglers, Davey Height, when interviewed before there, more than one of them said the person who's going to win this event doesn't even know it yet, has no clue about it. That's how kind of up in the air things are here. It's a very kind of a mixed set of conditions changing all the time.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Every angler I talked with said that, it's changing. Obviously, if you've been keeping up with the water levels, there's been a lot of change over the last month or more here on Lake Tenkiller. But to hear Jason Christie say this morning, I've spent more time in my life right here on this body of water than anything else in my life, and I don't know where I'm going to start. That was eye-opening. No doubt.
Yeah. He went on to say, I'm just going to go like I'm taking a buddy out and try to catch some fish.
Yep.
That's his approach to it. Good as any, I guess.
Yep, absolutely. So we're excited to watch Jason Christie and others this morning try to figure this out. Every Bassmaster Elite tournament has its own personality, so to speak.
Right.
This one is going to change every single day. The person who figures them out one day might not catch many at all the very next.
Well, we're getting close to the tail end of the season here, closer than we were. That's for sure. We only got 3 of them left, one more in the south here, and then we head up north. Of course, a big part of the scene here, a big part of the story is going to be the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. And the leader in that race right now is still Jay Shakura.
All right, here we are, day 1 at Lake Tenkiller. A lot of anticipation going into this tournament for me. A lot on the line with Angler of the Year and everything else at stake, but we just got to go out there, fish free, just do whatever feels right on the water and have ourselves a good day. It's a small lake, so pressure is definitely going to be a factor. Just going to have to find those right stretches, whether it be bank or offshore, that have some fresh fish on it and we can put them in the boat. So we got a long day today, doing it at 4 o'clock. Overcast conditions, a lot different than practice was. So we'll see. Like I said, a lot at stake, nerves on the line, but we just got to fish free, fish comfortable, and catch those better than average Lake Tenkiller bass, which are ranging, better than average ones anywhere from 2.5 to 3-something pounds. So those are the ones we got to put in the boat, and looking forward to getting after it.
Perfect. Thank you.
So we're about to take off here, day 1, Bassmaster Elite on Lake Tenkiller, and special place, to me. It's I've fished every rock out here. I've fished every bush when the lake's 30 foot high. Probably spent more time here fishing than doing anything else other than deer hunting maybe. But yeah, I've grown up here, stayed here the whole time. But this lake's, it's challenging in the fact that it's small. I mean, for the people that live around here, they're like, oh, it's big. It's 20-minute ride to the dam. It's for an Elite Series event, and these guys, the way they figure it out, it's a pretty small event. And that's going to be challenging. The water's been in the bushes. It's going to fall out. I mean, the guys and I'm going to fish some bushes some. It's going to fall out. So, but just, I got 1,000 places I can stop and fish, and that's what we have to fight against today. Is we got to run past places that I caught them 20 years ago, and we got to run. I'm just going to go fishing. I have no idea where I'm starting. I have no idea where I'm going. I'm really just going to fish the conditions and kind of take off from there. So. On this lake, you don't want to get behind. It's going to be hard to catch up. A 15-pound bag will be a great day. 13 will be 13 pounds. If I catch 13 pounds this morning, I'm going to go, head hunt and go fish some stuff that it's just I don't want to go down. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to go for that big bag right off the bat and then get behind, because it's not easy to catch a good one. It's easy to catch bass. It's just not easy to catch a good one. So I'm ready to roll.
Jason Christie's a pretty cool, calm, and collected guy, but 20 years of experience on a place gets your brain turning so fast. You could see it right there with him. I mean, he was kind of, you could see him running down all the endless possibilities in his mind.
Yeah, he's done everything you can imagine in our sport. One of the greatest fishermen of all time on the Bassmaster tournament trail, but being at your home lake means everything.
We're just getting started. First of all, welcome to Lake Tenkiller. I mean, this is where I grew up. I mean, I've probably flipped in that same bush right there over the years. Shit, I don't even know, 100 times. Probably more than that. Spent a lot of time out here. You know, the game plan this morning is just to get the winning fish are offshore. I don't know, I mean, I know that. I haven't got to look offshore just because of practice, you know. I didn't get to fish. I didn't do any of that just because all the boats being around. We're good because we got a late boat number today, so kind of the goal is just to, you know, get a solid limit where we don't get behind too much, and then I got 2 fat-free shads right there, and it's going to be a lot of that going on. You're going to see this event change as it goes because of the water falling. A lot of fish in this lake, you know, but we got 2. We got one nice one, and I mean one that I wouldn't be ashamed to weigh in, and I mean we literally just got started, so we got lots of time, and I will guarantee you this, we got lots of places to fish. But it's, I mean, we're fishing, we're gonna be fishing the same places as everybody else.
This is earlier today, those 2 catches he was talking about. And Ronnie, we've got, you told us the length limit here.
12 inches.
12 inches.
For all species.
We got all 3 here. You can have a trifecta in your,
He would have been a top water
limit when you check in today. It's possible.
One thing certainly exciting to hear anglers say, we've caught some smallmouth flipping bushes. That's unusual.
I'll do it. Come here, buddy.
There's the decent one this morning, Tommy.
We get 5 of them, then we're gonna go fishing.
Yeah, 15 pounds seems to be the magic number when
Yeah.
we talk to the guys here. What they're predicting, 60 pounds to win it and so forth like that. Most of them landing right around there.
Yeah, I was able to go to Lake Tenkiller yesterday. Some locals seem to think we'll see a bag or 2 over 20 pounds, maybe even 22 or 3.
Be nice. Let's check in with North Carolina's Hank Cherry.
Well, the morning's been fun, I guess. I mean, I've had 3 bites. One of them surprised me. Well, actually, the first 2 surprised me because I've had 0 bush flipping fun since I've been here. But then, you know, I caught one of them, missed one. Not really get upset. Now I'm getting hung up because I'm talking. Basically, what you have going on: water falling, remnants of a shad spawn, a little bit of everything. The fish are scattered. They're definitely not in their what I would call summer haunts, really. And so it's just a matter of covering as much water with whatever bait you got confidence in and just trying to run into them. I've caught a few doing a little bit of everything this week, but I haven't caught a lot on anything. So shad have left these areas. I mean, I have that one bonus smallmouth, but they've pretty much left these areas. So I might have to run around and look for some more. It just depends. There's not a lot of really like good shallow docks here. So what I'm doing is kind of very hard to get a bite. It can be rewarding if you get it in front of one. But you know, I didn't know what the day would hold with all the the water and the rain and water leaving, water staying. I don't know. I tried to make hide sense of it, didn't I? I know it's about 2 feet down from the first day of practice. Hold on, we got one. Oh, we got a good one. He's hung up in the rope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Come here. Come here. Gotcha. Oh no, my rod. Well, and we got number 3.
Very interesting this morning there for
Yeah.
Hank Cherry. Things kind of rolling your way when you can get one hung up in a rope on the edge of a dock. Heard Hank Cherry say not a lot of good shallow water docks here. It'd be challenging to have a dock on a lake that fluctuates as much as this.
I can understand that comment.
But good hook set, got a good hook in this fish is the reason he was able to land it, even though it is all wrapped up. But got a smallmouth in the box from Hank Cherry
Yeah,
already,
absolutely.
and this largemouth.
2 of them. That bush flipping one and his first dock fish were smallmouth. So we will see some shallow smallmouth get boxed this week.
Conditions very, very similar here this week to where we saw Hank Cherry win one of his classics. Month of June, water was falling, tail end of the shad spawn, starting out in bushes, and some people transitioning offshore there. Very, very similar to what we saw him do when he won
Ray Roberts, yeah. And Ronnie, you schooled me last week when we started preparing for this tournament. This is not the same lake it was in 2019 with regard to smallmouth. Much bigger role to play in this tournament.
Yeah, I think that Christie was even saying that you might not. We were saying, oh, you're going to need a largemouth. He said, maybe not. Depends on what the water level is and who finds them. You might be able to do it with smallmouth.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out what's happening out here. I mean, it's, you know, we've all said it, a lot has changed since practice, so we got to try to figure out what's going on. I know, I mean, you can get some bites in the bushes, I know, but I don't think that's the deal with this water falling the way it has. So, we got to try to figure out another deal. Which can be fun days, trying to figure them out. We try to figure them out every day. There was a lot of fish chasing bait, but I can't really see them anymore, or I hadn't seen one lately. See some fish, but it doesn't look like bass.
Good look at Scott Canterbury. 2 catches from earlier today.
And that no-look smallmouth catch there.
Yeah,
Nick.
no look smallmouth is a great way to describe it. It won't take anybody to see the smallmouth come from the bushes there. But yeah, we've seen several of those already this morning. Scott Canterbury already making an adjustment. Started out in the bushes, and you can see now he is a little bit outside the bushes with spinning tackle. So we'll see if that pays off.
He's been one when you have lakes in this part of the country that are in influx, or this type of fishery, a highland fishery that's up and down, flooded and dropping. He's got a couple victories doing that. He won at Beaver earlier in his career, and then he won more recently at Douglas just a few weeks ago in flood type dropping water conditions. So we'll see if he can translate again.
One in the boat for Jay Shakurit, my 2022 Rookie of the Year.
There we go.
A lot of pressure on this young man, a lot on the line for him.
Yeah. Scott Canterbury knows about that. He won that award back his first season back in 2019. Jay Shakurit trying to get it done here in 2025. Very, very important part of the narrative here this week. Always is when you get down near the tail end of the season. Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year. Points in Jay Shakurit with a 42-point advantage over Chris Johnston, Kyoya Fujita, coming off 2 strong tournaments down in Texas. Trey McKinney coming off more or less a season of strong tournaments. Will Davis Jr. there rounding out our top 5 with Walters, Lowen, LeHue, Ito, and Bryant Smith rounding out that list here. How will that change? How will that go up and down? Who's going to make a play here at Lake Tenkiller? '25 Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller. Is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Get a good look at the Cookson Mountains there, part of the Ozark Plateau. Down on the water, you look, those mountains don't look very big. Well, take it down about 30 feet, about 70 feet of water, down to the old Illinois River, and they'll look real big then.
That's a
Tommy,
great point.
that mountain on the left, the top of it is actually the flood pool right there.
Yeah,
That's how far the water can go.
That's what is that like? There's a lot of mountain ranges within the Ozarks, the Podo Mountains, Boston Mountains, and these Cookson Mountains are especially beautiful. It's sort of a hidden treasure in eastern Oklahoma here. Let's get an update from Luke Palmer.
Well, I come on up, I've actually came up the river a little bit today so far. Just, I just want to come up here and flip and throw like a buzz bait and stuff around this morning, especially the cloudy conditions. And I knew this is something that's going to be going away with the water falling eventually, so I was going to try to take advantage of this higher water today. But I mean, started out just going down through here, flipping these bushes with a Christie critter. I've got it rigged up on a punch rig, just so I can get it down in them bushes a lot easier. But throwing a buzz bait, and caught one on a buzz bait, pretty decent fish. Right after that, I caught another one on this punch rig, and then I just lost one. Just told him, I said, so John, I said, there's going to be a fish on this willow tree sometime throughout this tournament, and next flip in there, thonk, and I missed the dang thing. Felt like a pretty decent fish the way he hit it, but you know, can't be losing them though, because bites are very crucial this week. As far as I'm not getting a ton of bites doing this, but hopefully I can go ahead and put together a decent limit doing this, and then I've got some deeper stuff that I'd like to go try later this afternoon, when maybe get a little bit of sunlight or something. But I think they're talking about cloud and rains, you know, 1 or 2 o'clock. So, but I'm going to tinker around up here and just keep moving around. I don't feel like I'm covering enough water really, but it's like you don't want to move around a whole lot, because if you got some fresh water in front of you and you don't have a boat fishing it, that's kind of nice, because you know, since we're on a little bit smaller venue, you can get in a bad rotation with guys, and I'm just trying to keep some fresh water in front of me. But it's kind of weird. I expected there to be more guys up here, and I think all I've seen is Rivette run by us. So that's sometimes bad when you don't have any elite guys around you. But when I'm flipping bushes, I just assume nobody be around me. Keep your confidence and keep your head down, and you're not having to play defense, I guess you'd say, to keep guys away and kind of. But you do got to keep your head on a swivel when it's wet or when they're smaller like this, because you know, guys you don't want to get in a rotation where you just seen a guy pull up on a point. If you can give it, you know, 10 or 15 minutes to kind of get those fish to resettle and then go in there. But heck, another guy can swing in there before you even think about it. So got to have some strategy this week, I think. I don't know how to have strategy, so I just go and swing as hard as I can and hope it pans out, because I don't know any other way. So, but as long as there's some bushes in the water, I'm probably gonna have a flipping stick in my hand. So just
So Luke Palmer catch a decent one there a little bit ago, 2 1/4 pounder. Got him in 12th place as it stands right now. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. This is Bass Track. This is estimated weights here, and Justin Atkins, first one to a limit earlier, much earlier this morning. He's still atop our leaderboard. Only guy into double digits as it stands right now, Dakota Ebear. In 2nd place, Bo Browning. Neighboring Arkansas in 3rd place, Mark Menendez and Stetson Blaylock, another Arkansan, coming across the border here. Doing some good here in the opening hours of this 4 days of fishing. We got 101 anglers out here for the first 2 days. We are missing a Mike Iaconelli this week. Got some medical issues. I think elbow and arm issues, some fluid buildup, and it's nothing for it but just some rest. So he's got to take 6 weeks off.
Yeah, it's tough. A lot of fishing causes that inflammation as you get older. We all
repetitive motion.
Yeah. I should probably give these docks more time. I should probably slow down a little.
Got to be 12.
3 ounce counts.
That's one that good to have now, but hopefully you can call it soon.
Yeah. Sandwich bass.
Put him in a mayonnaise jar and save him till it.
Yeah. Hey, like I said, a lot of pressure on him this morning. The season winding down, leading angler of the year. Good solid lead for him, 42 points, I think it is.
He didn't seem too nervous though, Davey. He seemed like he was onto something.
Yeah.
On his interview.
Does he ever seem nervous, Such?
Yeah.
How do you know?
It's the.
Well, the last tournament he was nervous to catch fish, both fork and Sabine. I think he was apprehensive.
There you go. Jason Christie. One of the fish he caught early. I think this fish number 2 he caught and said that fish would bite at top water, so he's got the old pop R out. Nothing wrong with watching Jason Christie flip some bushes and pop R a little bit, and he promised some fat-free shad in the afternoon.
That's right. He said it'd be. Might even be a few shad spawn fish this morning.
Yes.
He said it could be hanging around. Not long, but for a while.
Yep. He even said there's a few fish still on the bed. Everything running behind this year.
Which is, where is that bed? Like 10 feet deep? Because it's been, like fluctuating.
Back to security. Yeah, we saw that debris with Luke up there. That's a sign of what everything has been pulled in, washed back up, pulled back in again. It's a mess up there.
It's a shoreline declutter.
Yeah.
See some fish there. There's the, I saw the bass. 2 of them there at 30 feet. He just dropped down. Those fish are going to bite. Yeah. Got 2 of them reacting like that. You're going to have an opportunity. Put them in the boat, no doubt.
Heck yes.
There we go. That's a solid fish.
Better than average.
Casting at a dock, Davey, and then you turn your head and capitalize on something else you see. Like that's just that's a huge fish, because that truly is a bonus.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. It was not what he was doing.
I was looking at this dock right here, and I looked out on live scope, and there was 2 fish hovering the top of the water column. I have not seen that yet until right there. And one of them turned on it, and we got him. hopefully we can do that a few more times here. But at the same time, I don't want to ignore these docks. So it's kind of like going back and forth. Because I've also caught some decent fish on these docks.
Some real good fish.
So doing a little scoping and a little dock skipping. Little combo action.
Well, that's the epitome of what a lot of anglers making predictions about this thing. Said you're going to be doing just a little bit of everything here if you want to win this thing. Anyway.
He's literally doing, at the same time, Hank Cherry hooked up.
And then there's that. Daddy like it. Daddy like it a lot. Uh-oh.
Don't put him close to the lead.
Got to.
You're already over here waiting on me, ain't you?
You give a North Carolina angler black floats and a white swim jig, baby, and plenty of time. They'll just go do that all day.
Yep.
What will be sweet is if I could catch 5 doing this and not have to go to any of the other stuff.
We're going to be in the boat with three Oklahoma anglers out of our 6 that we have traditionally on day number 1 for all-day coverage. Christy Palmer and this young man came via the Bass Nation qualification route to the Elite Series, Blake Capps.
Big one. I just got one hook. One little bitty hook. Oh God. Just got one little hook. It ain't big, but he'll. I scared the boat flipping with that one hook right there. That's a start. Nice.
Blake Capps, a rookie, been looking forward to this event all season long. It has been a rough and rocky road for our national champion, who won it back up on Grand Lake, I believe.
There's only about another, maybe one lake, Tommy, that would be closer to his home than this that we could do an elite for. So trying to gain a lot of points, and you can turn around quick. Easton Fothergill, Davey, Tommy, 16 points.
Yeah.
After the first 2 events, and has 387.
Up there in 19th place now. Yeah, Paul Marks, though, the man on top there, based on his win earlier in the season. Tucker Smith, same scenario right there. Easton Fothergill in 3rd place. Neil Wagner, Bo Browning, Evan Kung, Andrew Loberg, and there is Blake Capps, your Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year race, sized up as it stands right now.
Tenkiller is actually really a cool lake. You know, it's got super deep water. It's got a little bit of everything, really. You know, for Oklahoma, it's got a big variety, because in Oklahoma, you think of big, flat lakes, you know, but up here in the Northeast, it's actually pretty steep.
For the people that's never been to Tenkiller, it's kind of a highland reservoir. Typically, it's pretty clear. Lower end, you can see 7, 8 foot. The upper end, a couple of feet.
It's a lake I grew up on, so it's a little bit different than it usually is, but traditionally it's a clean water lake. There's a lot of rock piles in it, a ton of brush piles. But you really fish their strengths. You can run up toward the river, get dirty water, you know, flip, throw spinner baits, that type of things. Or you go down by the dam in the clean water and you can fish offshore and drop shot, chase smallmouth, spotted bass around. It's a very unique lake in Oklahoma, but it's a great lake, a lot of fishing, and we're gonna have fun this week.
Second time ever for the Elite Series to be here at Lake Tenkiller. We're back here in 2019. Actually, it was a Plan B lake. Back then, we were going to Fort Gibson up on the Arkansas River, and it was flooded out. We've had trouble with a lot of rain in the state of Oklahoma. You think of Oklahoma as being kind of dry, but it's not necessarily not this part of it. But welcome to here in the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore, Davey Height, and Mike Sukon. And Davey, those pictures we just saw there were shot day before yesterday, and Wes, who was out there shooting them, said, man, there's two lakes. You look at that upper end, blown out. Jason Christie mentioned blown out and muddy. Different situation down there. Just one of many different things you can choose, and everything's going to change throughout the course of these 4 days.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing is looking at those pictures, you think, wow, this is such a big change and these fish are going to be messed up. Jason Christie told me yesterday, this is not uncommon. Maybe not quite as extreme as we've had here recently, but it's not uncommon for the lake levels to be up and down, the upper end to be blown out. The lower end stays clear most of the time, but what better can you ask for? Flipping bushes, Jason Christie, flipping bushes, saw him catch one on a pop-R, swim jigs, deep diving crankbaits, Blake caps. I mean, we've seen a big variety, and I think that's what we'll see more of all week long.
Well, you can't ask for better than that. That's a perfect scenario for us. Such, how many limits do we have today?
Oh, we got a dozen or so, a handful, way more than last time. Last time here in 2019, it was the doldrums of September, and we had a little more than half of the field had limits. Our big bag was Carl Jacobson's rally bag, 1912 on the final day to win with almost 55 pounds. The big fish, I'm looking for one of those. Caleb Summerall had a 5.7. Of course, Jacobson had a 5.1. A couple other 5-pounders there. That'll be a big difference this week, a 5-pounder.
All right. Ronnie?
Absolutely. And the other story, like we talked about, those images of the flooded conditions. When you look at, as we're at the Humminbird Screen of Knowledge, we look at the last 2 months, 2.5 months basically, going into this week. From April 1st to June 12th today, you can look at the fluctuations of this body of water. Here at 632 is full pool. That's the conservation full pool. Now flood pool stage is 672, 40 feet of wiggle room for that water to rise, but it has gotten about 8 feet high. The start of April, they've dropped it down in a week down to full pool. It did it again the next week and rose again 8 feet. They dropped it back down. In May, we had a couple, median spurts, 2 to 4 feet high. Right when we got to the Kayak Series event, late May 28th, it was at that 8 feet high mark again. They brought it down, and we thought, Tommy, it's safe to shoot the live well and preview this event because it's back down to full pool. Not the case. It rose once again. We're going to have rain this week some more, so they're starting to pull it back down, and you can see this just ebb and flow since the spawn period of April to now. These fish really haven't had a safe barrier. They're used to the water fluctuating here, but if you saw on those readouts the old colors from 23 and 24, it was not nearly as high and low as it has been. It was much more consistent.
Yeah, that 23 and 24, the red and green you had on there really showed a lot of fluctuation, but not this extreme.
Justin Atkins still on top of our leaderboard right now, jumped off to the first limit of the day. He's hanging in their #1 position. Brandon Cobb showing off a little bit right here. The man from South Carolina, Dakota Ebert from Texas, Bo Browning of Arkansas, and Mark Menendez from Kentucky, making up our top 5 to there. And Hank Cherry, we have not had a chance to be with Hank Cherry a lot during the course of this season. I guess he's been saving it for us.
He's been
going to town on those boat docks today. That was funny. Steve Kennedy, same story. We have not had much Steve Kennedy this year. Plenty of Stetson Blaylock, and he's doing well here also. That's going to continue to change, and these anglers are going to have to continue to change throughout the 4 days of fishing, if you're lucky enough to fish for 4 days here. There's only 12 days of fishing available throughout the rest of this season.
Gosh, that seems...
And 6 guaranteed.
And 6 guaranteed. Great way. Wow. Great way to put it.
It was a bass. Spotted bass. We got every species.
Yeah. I was about to say, that makes
the game.
The trifecta.
First one to catch all 3. And that is a limit. Yes. My wife will not leave me now. Now, we must call.
So having a largemouth, a smallmouth, spotted bass in your 5-fish limit, that's special.
Yeah.
But to have all three in the live well on a swim jig this early in the morning,
How about that?
very
Yeah.
unusual. You
That's
expect that
fine.
maybe fishing offshore, but not
Ever since
swimming
we
a
came
jig.
out with it, we tried several formulas. It's called Zing fluorocarbon. Most people have never heard of it, but you will. Super strong. Ain't that weird? You wanna know why I mess up my teeth? I cut the line with my scissors, and then I bite it when I tie it, and it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, but this is just 20-pound Zing fluorocarbon from Bass Mooch. New company, making lots of waves, building some good baits.
Hank Cherry made his debut, you might say, here in the state of Oklahoma with a big finish.
Well, I got the chance.
Classic back in 2013.
Level NGX rods, check them out. Good rods. Good price. Super strong. It's just a medium heavy, but I took that fish and got him all the way up over that whole boat lift right there. It could be the rod, or it could just be the years of the skill.
Won 4 anglers to win back-to-back Bassmaster Classics. Hank Cherry.
Yeah, you almost had forgot about that. Grand Lake in Oklahoma's rookie season almost won the Bassmaster Classic.
Almost won it.
Very close. One lost fish away.
Yeah. Went on to win the All-Star event at the end of that season up in Michigan.
Was it Muskegon?
Muskegon, yeah.
There you see Jay's bait and a fish after it at 30 feet. That fish was about 16 feet down. We've seen them already this morning, offshore and right up in the buckbrush, willow tree.
It's 5. That'll work.
Fish number 5 for the Angler of the Year leader.
They secure it, keeping the train right on the tracks there. He's not going in the ditch here if he can help it in any possible way. Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Not too late in the season to get into that. Not late to get into this tournament. We've got a couple more events left. Choose your 5-angler team from 5 different buckets representing their standings in Angler of the Year tournaments, and have fun with it. Be right back. TH Marine Weather Watch for you right here at Lake Tenkiller. 75 degrees, that is pretty cool for a day in the middle of June here in the state of Oklahoma. That's due to clouds and passing showers. That's going to be the situation all day today. A lot of clouds, 55%. So 55% means half the county will get rain on this day. We'll see if that includes Lake Tenkiller. Lake Tenkiller, the smallest venue we will fish during the course of this year. It's 13,000 acres. Very, very small, but like Jason Christie says, people understandably think that's pretty big. If it's a 20-minute boat ride to get from the dam to the upper end, you could half a Muskogee could fish out here or something. You know, half a Fort Smith, but not
Here we
exactly
go,
true.
big
What's
fish, Cody
what's
Huff,
that?
Skeeter Boats, big fish alert, 4-pounder.
Oh man, that ups the ante a little bit.
Former
right there.
college champ here at Tenkiller.
Yes, that's right.
I will have to say, Ronnie, you actually did tell me yesterday in our discussions that you thought Cody Huff would catch him here, and
No,
you're right on
I
target.
said if we don't put him on camera, he's most definitely going to catch him right, day one.
I didn't hear that part.
He caught him.
Yeah, he did.
He did. That's
We said it
one
wasn't a
fish we're
tournament
talking.
until a 4-pounder at Tenkiller gets caught. Now it has officially begun.
Blake Capps grew up fishing here. Surprising, other anglers I talked to said they were going to start in the bushes. He said, I'm going to fish offshore. And it looks like he made a good choice. Looks like a big smallmouth.
It does look like a good fish.
Big small up. Come back here by you. Big smallmouth. I can't get him to come up. We're about to get him. Whew. Yeah.
There we go.
All right. That's what we're after. 4 more like that would be all right.
Might be our second 4-pounder of the day. We just talked about Cody Huff's.
Beautiful smallmouth, and we're not even on the smallmouth swing yet on the Elite Series.
That's right. That's right. This is a good warm-up for our 101 anglers. I don't know if they'll all catch one that big, though. That's a good one.
That's a beautiful smallmouth. Yeah, so I mentioned right before we caught that fish that of all the anglers I talked to yesterday when I was over there at Tenkiller, and then last night calling a few anglers, everyone mentioned starting shallow, but Blake Cat.
Well, yeah. Picked up
Not as
again.
big. Gosh, these smallmouth are strong.
Ooh,
There we
nice
go.
fish.
All right, number 3. Look, probably a 2-pounder. Yeah. 1 3/4 pounds.
Cap's looking like a guy with a plan there.
Yes, he is.
His last one went in as a 3-pound, 6-ounce. Bill Long caught a 3-pounder himself cold with it. He's in first place with 11 pounds even.
How about that?
I bet he's not fishing offshore for smallmouth.
Luke Palmer. From about 2 hours down the road in Colgate, Oklahoma.
He counts, don't he? I think it's got to be 12 inches. At least.
Oh, yeah. Certainly a 12-incher. I love the variety we've seen so far. We go straight from Blake Caps having to take it slow and easy with a big smallmouth on spinning tackle to Luke Palmer setting the hook and swinging them in one motion with heavy line, fishing up the river farther than most.
That was Luke's 3rd fish. guess that'll be number 4 for Luke Palmer, who puts himself in the top 20 as it stands.
I guarantee you.
All depends on how much rain we get. There is some rain in the forecast, but this upper part of the lake has been blown out, has not been a factor during practice, but it could if we don't get a lot of rain and it clears. Saturday or Sunday, it certainly could be a factor.
It looks better than those pictures from day before yesterday
Yes.
that we looked
Feel
at
like
earlier.
the shallower we get back, might be running away from them. Or, shallower we get back, might be running into them.
I think Cherry already culling. It's a good position to be in this early in the day.
Sure is.
Holding it down 5th place as it stands right now, unofficially. Get back to Jay Shakurit. In the middle of that pocket. Now this place, it is a deep canyon lake, but unlike places like Lake Martin, similar places like Hartwell, which have almost 1,000 miles of shoreline, this only has about 130 miles of shoreline. So not as many little duck ins and duck outs and nooks and crannies and creeks and rivulets and everything else.
I'm so surprised with it being a 40-foot flood stage difference from full pool that when it gets 5 to 6 feet high from full pool, that they're so eager to pull it down. You know, even if a little rain's in the forecast, like you've got plenty of room. I wonder what the, you know, what that exact.
An inch of rain just makes such an impact on a place like this.
Yeah.
Nothing spectacular. Yeah, actually, I want to check on them, make sure they're okay. I've had a couple nice follows, but haven't connected on those yet.
I don't know what the average.
And yeah, we're just grinding away, looking for 1 or 2 of those good bites that we need. Let's see a couple here. Just swim so fast in this lake, they're really hard to keep up with. And hit them too, that's the hard part. Dang it.
There you see his bait at 35 feet away from the boat. A fish is chasing it.
But anyways, yeah, I've had a few bites, had a few not get it, which was a little frustrating so far because they looked like better fish. I haven't connected.
There's one 60 feet away. His bait hit just in front of it.
Lots of time.
It should meet right there at about 45 feet. The fish is coming up.
I think he's going to get that one. Yep.
Yep.
Let's get rid of that little one.
We have seen smallmouth in the bushes, and we have seen every suspended fish he's caught been a largemouth. Like, it's not what you'd expect when you drop on one, whether it's on their head, Tommy, over 30 feet of water, or in 3 feet of water. You don't know which species is going to bite.
That's a unique thing. We don't go to any place quite exactly like Lake Tenkiller. And that's a good thing. That's going to provide us with lots of entertainment. When you build a boat dock here, you make a commitment.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at these things. They're going to sit on the ground half the time. They're going to get drowned 2 or 3 times a year. Bill Lowen, the man on top, 11 pounds. 11 pounds even, the man who's already won this season. Kicked off our season with the win. Looking to maybe notch another one before he's done with 2025. Bo Browning, Keith Combs, Justin Atkins, and Hank Cherry rounding out our top 5 early on day number 1. Day one action here at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller. 7th stop of the year here. That's the way it stacks up right now with the veteran Bill Lowen, one of the original Elite Series anglers. Bill Lowen on top with 12 pounds even. And there's Carl Jochimson. Carl Jochimson, who won the last time, the only other time we were here with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Very emotional moment.
There he is. Yeah, baby, yeah! Boom! Yeah, baby!
I can watch that video 1,000 times and the hairs will stand up on the back of my neck. I'll get the goosebumps, I choke up. It was just because I know the emotion that went into that final fish and what I'd done, and it was a weight that had been lifted.
That could be $100,000 fish right there.
And a feeling that all the people that had supported me and stayed behind me through the tough times, that was for them.
Waited my whole life to catch that fish.
It's changed a lot over my life, you know. The early days, it was all the people that told me I couldn't do it and I wouldn't do it and that it was impossible. I thank those people now because they drove me past my comfort zone and beyond anything I could imagine, because I knew if I fail, it proved them right.
Man, I can't tell you what I'm feeling right now. Oh. That's a lifetime of dedication, passion, and just loving the game. That's why you do it.
You've been beat down and it seems impossible and everyone seems better than you. You see that and you're like, nah, I've got heart, I can beat these guys. And Tenkiller was the proof of that.
Carl Jochimson. He was cruising along at about 11 pounds average per day for the first 3 days, and he knocked out 19 something on that final day.
Hey, it was incredible. I heard him just say the hair standing up on the back of his neck. I was on water for that event, watching him. You know, had the camera there on water, and the hair stood up on the back of my neck. I got so excited for him. It was a great moment. In fishing, certainly a great moment for Carl personally.
Came on his 35th birthday 2 weeks before he was to get married, too. Big month for Carl.
Let's get back down to Lake Tenkiller. Closer to the upper end is where we have found all morning. So far, Luke Palmer. Luke keeping himself in the top 20 here successfully so far, unofficially.
While we were playing that, Carl just caught his 5th fish. He's up to 5th place.
One thing we're seeing for sure, there's a lot of bass at Lake Tenkiller.
Yeah, man. Hungry bass, apparently.
Gosh dang, dude. Like they do, they just sit there and flop and flop and flop. I think he's been caught once. That's number 5 we get to cull out.
That's a mini scale.
Okay, don't you? My other one I dropped in the water.
Fish look bigger?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay. He weighed a pound and a half. Just gonna, I gotta catch these other little guys, so.
Luke Palmer moving up just a little bit there. Hank Cherry giving us plenty to see today as far as catching, working over these boat docks with great expertise.
Bang, pong. Just let me know when. We are. Still in the process of just making stuff up as we go along. Like I said, my practice was not the best. This was not part of the idea, but every day this time of year can be a little different, and I got that bite on it earlier, so I figured go explore. Hold on. Spotopotamus. And this is what I came up with. Something I like doing. We do a lot at home. I just don't know, because of the water levels and everything fluctuating, I don't know how many are out here.
1 or 2 more will probably leave.
There could be a bunch.
There
could be
hard to say.
10, 15, I don't know. The best thing about it is there's no one in the entire creek. Typically when you're by yourself, it's a bad thing. I didn't think there was any way you could get by yourself on this place. You want to know the truth? I really didn't. But it's just a little bit of a shad spawn still kind of lingering. And I'm just trying to take full advantage of it. They're not sitting where you think they would sit in a marina, which is kind of weird. But I'm not going to try to fix what's not broke. It's working right now, so I'm just going to kind of just keep playing it by ear and moving. As long as I don't got to hear motors and trolling motors and see people fishing the same bushes that I want to fish. And I keep saying that, but honestly, I can take you to the 2 bushes that I've got a bite out of, which is funny, because I got one this morning, and I got one in practice. I don't know. It's just in my head when I see a lot of people doing the same thing, I just don't want to do it. And it can burn you or it can be productive. You don't know. I just feel like doing this, I have a good chance of catching one of those 5+ pounders. If, I don't know, even if they live here. I don't know if they live here. I don't know. I just feel like the bigger fish. And I'm thinking a 5-pounder would be a very good, big fish for this place. In my head, I've never seen one. I've never caught one.
15 or 16, something like that. Take a top 50, I would say like 12.5, somewhere around that range. God, I just wish I was seeing more bass. I'm just not seeing many bass. Seeing a lot of buffalo carp. Most of the bass are back there. We may make one more pass just to keep them honest, but
see a lot of fish there on his forward-facing sonar, but like you mentioned, a lot of them are not bass.
Jay Shakira, though, kind of doing what the job requires of him if he's going to hang on and win Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, at least as far as Lake Tenkiller and as far as early on here today. He's got a he can make it to day 3, that will be an excellent, excellent thing. He was saying 12 pounds a day, did you think it was what he would take to make the top 50 cut?
Yep.
So, all right. We shall see. A lot more to learn here as we progress through the morning. Happy Thursday. That Thursday means day 1 of a stop on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. This stop being number 7. Man, we're getting through our 9 events pretty quick here, it seems like. We just got started down in Florida, and already we're over here in Oklahoma and fixing to head north. TH Marine Weather Watch today. That's the sky we're looking at. Mostly cloudy. Mostly cloudy. Going to be chances of some passing showers, maybe a thunderstorm or 2 even in the area later today. And that's kind of the outlook for the remainder of the week here. Maybe a little less rain chance through Friday and Saturday. And back up to more chances of rain on Sunday, Championship Sunday. We shall see. They reserve the right to change those forecasts, so we reserve the same right.
To believe them.
To believe them, right, which is not much.
It's a fluid situation, Tommy.
Yeah, hey, I see what you did there, Suge.
Little bitty guy. He swim fine.
2 smallmouth and a largemouth for Scott Canterbury. Caught the largemouth out deep and the smallmouth up shallow.
Yeah. I'm surprised to see him fishing out deep as early as he is.
They're supposed to be bigger than that out here.
I wonder if it's that Christie method of the fear of going
Like if
for
I
it
pick it
in
up on the way
bushes
back
and
in, I just,
not,
I pick it up just by
go secure something before you go
happenstance.
back.
Two new guys in the top 10. Bob Downey, who's got a 4-pounder as well. And Keith Combs is in 4th place, 10.5 pounds.
Jason Christie, Scott Canterbury, all right in that 50 to 60th place in points heading into this event. Very crucial.
Yes.
Next 3 events for guys like that. Also includes guys like Pat Schlopper, who won last time out. Pat Schlopper starting this tournament in 56th place. Carl Jochimson right behind him in 57th place. So this is a good week to get something done.
Yes. This point in the season, oh, there's one of those.
Big old whitey.
Different species that Jay was speaking of.
White.
A white bass.
Yeah, and the only fear that you have coming up in the schedule, Tommy, is that if you don't, and you stumble your toe or you don't make up ground here, is that the next 2 events, everyone's catching 4-pounders and everyone's catching 3-pounders. So it's you're going to have to really up your ante there. You've got either one up.
Yeah, and it's hard to do.
That could be some of what I'm been throwing at too. They're not all bass. Especially you'll get some follows or whatnot. Could be white bass.
Better one. Better one here, for sure. Take 5 of these. A little bit better. Oh, it just fell out. It's a long, skinny fish. Feel good. Need 5 of them. That's a bonus. Change up things. Get out deeper and catch a better one. Well, I don't know. We just got to try to figure it out all day. You got to try to keep figuring it out. You know, I mean, this deal we actually figured out in practice a little bit, but I don't have a whole lot of areas. I mean, I fish shallow pretty much the whole practice, and I'm still going to fish shallow a bunch. I'm just trying to keep it honest. I mean, if it comes down to it, you know you can get a bite doing this, you know, and a quality bite. So it's still a lot of practice to be done, trying to figure out what you need to be doing instead of what you want to be doing.
Scott coming off a 37th place at the Sabine, made the cut down there, which wasn't easy to do. Sabine was very challenging, as it always is.
There's a fish all over my bait right there, and he won't bite it.
Like what he said right there, in tournament fishing, you need to do what you need to be doing, not what you want to be doing. Oftentimes we enjoy fishing a certain way and maybe not what we should be doing to have success in the tournament. Heard Hank Cherry say earlier, these fish are not where they normally are around these slips, and it appears that he's fishing the lifts more than the floats.
Well, in practice would bite it if you got it close to one, but today's a different day.
I don't like the way that one sits.
Both these anglers went top 20 at Lake Okeechobee. For both of them, their best event of the season so far.
This will be different. I haven't seen around many big boats.
Two great anglers, no doubt. Yeah. Former Angler of the Year and two-time Classic champion. Been a little quiet this year, but hopefully this week they get it going.
Yeah. Both of them perked up a little bit last time out at Sabine, made the cut, so we'll see if they keep a little momentum.
It's kind of weird. Usually on the days when it's cloudy, they'll get right there.
back over to our Angler of the Year points leader, Progressive Angler of the Year points leader, Jay Shakura, who's getting the job done today.
Nice, they might have been.
Up to now.
Dang it. There's no way.
There's his bait going down about 35 feet away from the boat, 12 feet deep, and the fish has got it behind the boat.
It is. It's a good one, too.
Different part of the country, same story for 2025. Jay Secure, get it done.
I don't think there's a part of the country that can hide from him. It just does not seem to be any place that he can't figure out and get the job done. Coming up 3:30 p.m., of course, on Bassmaster.com, you can see the weigh-in. That's when it starts there. Chicken Creek landing on the lake. That's a new location. Moultrie behind the tanks, though, you can check out at the same time on the YouTube Bassmaster channel. Pat and the gang back behind the scenes getting us some intel on the tournament. Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller in the third hour of competition here on this day one of 4 days of fishing. And we look at the leaderboard and we see a lot of names. Keith Combs coming off 2 events in Texas when he couldn't make a cut, and he comes up here to Oklahoma. Very different sort of situation, and he's in second place. But look at the man on top, the man who started our season off with a win at the St. Johns River down in Florida, and that is the original Bassmaster Elite Series angler, Bill Lowen, and he gets a special recognition, Davey Hyde.
Absolutely, that special recognition for Bill Lowen is the Mercury move of the day. Not surprising with the high water and seeing some swim jigs from other anglers this morning that Bill Lowen is unofficially our leader according to Bass Track. Started the morning off getting it done early and often, 655 a 2-pounder. And you look there, then fish number 4 at 751, a 3-pounder. And that's the mark we've heard a lot of these anglers say, a 3+ pounder makes a difference. But honestly, the solid 2.5 pounders is a big reason why Bill Lowen is Mercury move of the day so far this morning. Good year for Bill Lowen. He's had a solid year. Obviously started it out great with a win, but he's been solid the entire year.
He has been. He has not missed a cut this year.
That's the old Bill Lowen that we know and love.
Right. That's the dollar bill Lowen.
Yes,
no doubt about that, for sure.
Headed to the bank Lowen.
Yeah,
yes,
that's right.
Dollar bill Lowen.
long lens look at Blake Capps, our rookie from Oklahoma. We're in the boat with him all day long. Caught himself a couple of good ones back-to-back earlier this morning. A couple of good smallmouth.
It's a very interesting lake. Obviously the only second stop here for the Bassmaster Elite Series. But Blake saying some fish should probably be caught here this week, 25 to 30 feet deep. Flipping bushes and 30 feet deep.
Well, Blake Capps, one of our rookies, took a different route to get Elite Series membership. Of course, he won the nation championship in his home state here of Oklahoma, Grand Lake, back in 2024, and he's happy to be close to home.
So, of course, this is my rookie season, and I made it through the Bass Nations, and the Bass Nation is such a great way to make it to the elites. It's a way that the working man can still chase that dream, and I'm living proof of it now. I love the Bassmaster Opens. It wasn't feasible for me, and I got in contact with the representative from the Bass Nations and got to fish the state series, and then the regionals, and then of course making it through the Bass Nations Championship, which was on Grand Lake last year. And I would have never guessed last year, this time of year, that I would be fishing my home lake on Tenkiller Lake with the Bassmaster Elite Series. It's just a so real thought that still doesn't even seem real to me. And to have that opportunity to fish the Bassmaster Elite Series is a dream come true, but then you put it on your home lake, that's just the cherry on top. It's just crazy to even think about.
Yeah, that really is amazing to go from fishing at the nation level to a year later fishing your home lake on the biggest stage in tournament bass fishing on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
His best stop this year, believe it or not, has been the Pascatank River, which couldn't be any more different from Lake Tenkiller than any place on earth, really.
We don't have 40-foot fluctuations in water levels at Pascatank.
That's a 40 millimeter
Yeah.
fluctuation.
Mentioned earlier, but if you're just tuning in, one of the few anglers I've talked to the last couple of days, talking to some of these anglers that didn't seem to care about the flipping bite in those bushes. He's going to fish offshore. He toyed with it a little bit in conversation, but I could tell his goal is going to be to fish offshore for these, primarily the smallmouth and largemouth. A few spotted bass mixed in out there. We've already seen this morning from him, quality smallmouth living offshore here on Tenkiller. Hank Cherry showing 9 pounds, 10 ounces. He caught a fish a few minutes ago to look like a 2-pounder or very close to it.
He may have double digits.
Yes, yes. Definitely think he does.
And to hear him talk, if nobody else shows up in this cove, he's going to stay there all day long. He's big on being the only guy in there.
Yeah, this morning we started out up shallow trying to catch one on top water. Spent maybe an hour or so doing that, and man, just didn't get nothing going. Always slid out here and caught 3 keepers pretty quick and missed a couple more. Ready to catch another one, get number 5 in the boat, 4 and 5, but it's going to happen. I'm seeing a lot of fish right now and had quite a few followers already, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with the way the morning went. I'd have loved to caught a couple on top just to get the morning started off. Perfect morning for topwater, cloudy, overcast, light rain. On paper, they should have ate it this morning. I'm sure they did for someone.
Yeah, this lake is smaller than most that we fish on the Elite Series, but still 13,000 acres. But it's good to see anglers being able to fish the water column from 1 foot to 30 feet deep. That certainly makes it fish a lot bigger than it is. The upper end being, a lot of anglers have used the term blown out, has made it fish a little smaller, but like I mentioned, being able to flip bushes and fish offshore 30 feet deep does help all that.
What we've seen with Luke Palmer up at the upper end so far today doesn't look like it's quite as muddy as it has been earlier in the week, so maybe that's, they don't get a big deluge here, maybe that'll continue to improve somewhat through the days of the tournament.
It's interesting riding around the lake yesterday. The lower end, those feeder creeks were all clear. And I saw the pictures of the upper end being blown out. Now, I asked Jason Christie about that. You know, he spent so many days of his life there. And he said that that lower end, those, even with the rain, you know, a 1-inch rain is a lot to come down through the, the valleys. But that lower end stays clear almost always. That upper end is just where there's a lot of mud and silt that it just gets so stirred up and dirty. But even with all this up and down high water, that lower end stays clear almost all the time. Clearer.
Yeah.
Our 2019 winner here, Carl Jacobson, just called, and he's up to second place.
Wow.
I think it is run its course for this morning. God dang it. Couldn't tell. I hit something.
The guys are just punching their fish in. Matt Aries in the top 10 after 9:14.
Bob Downey's got the big fish. Phoenix Boat's big fish of the day so far. He's in 5th place right now. Bo Browning looking for a good tournament here. Kind of needing a good tournament here. Stay on track for some classic qualifications. Certainly Keith Combs in need of a good tournament here. He's having a good showing this morning. Carl Jacobson, though, your defending champion here at Lake Tenkiller in 2nd place, and Bill Lowen on top.
Don't come on. Yes, sir. Oh.
Hey guys, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Luke Palmer, and Oklahoma is a staple for flipping, you know, and Falcons Care Amistad is always my go-to rod for flipping, and no different than this week. You know, I've got to have this rod flipping this year. It seems like every tournament, and this week it's going to really play for me. It's at 7.3. It's just perfect for flipping. You know, we've got bushes this week, and when I'm going, I love flipping Young's Christie Critter. It's, you know, a creature style bait, put on a 1/4 to 5/16 ounce Rogue tungsten, and just go flipping. You know, something I love to do. I grew up doing it, and I've got a ton of confidence in it, and hopefully that puts it up there with that blue trophy this week.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures with Oklahoma's Luke Palmer there. He was your 2023 champion from Santee Cooper, where he worked over some cypress trees pretty well with similar gear back in that year. Looking to get some magic started here, close to home. It's about 2 hours away. Past Christie and Cherry to another. We'll call him a veteran now. If you've been out here 7 years, you're a veteran.
Yes.
Bassmaster Elite Series. Luke Palmer.
You can start to see certain anglers will consider the river different parts of Tenkiller. It's maybe where it starts to turn and narrow a little bit, but this is the water clarity that we're dealing with. Now that it started to flood, I'm in the deep dive app, and you can see this upper reaches. I think right here is where the takeoff was supposed to be. On that dot, you can start to see the upper reaches where when the flooding began, the water clarity was really, really dingy. It started to really work its way here. And Davey, as we saw at the bottom of the lake yesterday when we were around Tenkiller, it is still very clean. Oh, it's still very clean in this general region, but that flooded conditions, the dirtier water is starting to make its way mid-lake and settle out. Now that the water's falling, we'll see how it affects it. But one last thing before we leave this is the water inflows and the stream flows feature on this app absolutely get to show you lower flow rates versus higher flow rates. You can see there are a couple key inflows to this place that will dirty up more. And so when you see on all the ones I've circled, with most of them being on that upper reaches, you're going to see a lot more water come into there, a lot dirtier water quicker, and it takes a lot of ways to flow down to the bottom of the lake, not come into the bottom of the lake from those places. So just from the Deep Dive app, you can see, hey, before I even get to the lake, this is going to be traditionally more stained, and this is going to be a place that might get blown out with those flow opportunities.
So I had to fly in a day early to ride around Tenkiller, and you use a Deep Dive app and saw the same thing I saw in 5 minutes.
That's, you know. We're all being replaced by AI, Davey.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time.
Dang technology. I did it the old-fashioned way, by the way.
Did you know?
I was really finding out the lake conditions. I did earn it.
Did you know we actually did the whole first segment of the show with Tommy for
You weren't
AI?
really finding
we
out the information.
We sampled a little bit of your voice, and you did the whole first segment without
Unfortunately,
knowing it.
that's a true thing. I just heard it. One of our fellow employees played my voice on AI.
Oh yeah, we've got a couple good
modeled
sound
from
bites.
AI, and it's very frightening and
If
creepy.
you give any secrets out, we could bury you with your sound bites. So
yeah,
easy,
why do I need it? You just make up secrets. What do you
Exactly.
mean? Yeah. Get back out to Scott Canterbury. This water, incidentally, from Lake Tenkiller flows not very far away, just a few miles as the crow flies, and it leaves via the dam and runs right into the Arkansas River.
I knew it was a fish. All right.
Might have been, I believe that was Scott Canterbury's limit fish right there. So he's going to be culling from now on, hoping to upgrade and lose a few of the smaller ones that he caught earlier up in the bushes.
Yes, I was about to say, he answered my question why he was fishing offshore as quickly as he was, because the smallest fish we've seen him catch have been
weight we
from
caught
the bushes.
right away this morning, which I kind of figured was going to happen. The morning bite's the best, and then it just slowly dies throughout the day. We'll have to change up our presentation some, and also change up what we're doing. Maybe transition to flipping some bushes, stuff like that, which is probably what I'm going to do here in a bit. I've worked through this area a handful of times now. Still some fish around, but they're getting educated. So I'm gonna work my way back out here and then probably head to the next location.
A lot of different fish out there. Been able to see.
Nothing really, nothing different I haven't really noticed. It's pretty much the same. Maybe helped it a tad. How's it going? How's it going? Hanging in there? Yeah. Oh, I'm getting hot. I had to take these bibs off. I thought it was supposed to rain. Yeah.
Live. I'm still just kind of wandering around. I think I kind of figured out where the bites are. But before I ran off, I wanted to just make sure I was right. So far, I have been. There's more shad out here than anywhere else, but I haven't had any bites. Started finally seeing some boats show up, which I knew it wasn't going to take long. I can't believe that this creek wasn't full of them to begin with. It just looks like the one of the better flipping creeks. Then that also might explain why I'm not really bushes, because maybe I don't know what I'm looking for.
Cherry currently residing in 16th place unofficially. With regard to our leaderboard, but there's the scene at the top of it right there, and it's Bill Lowen and Carl Jacobson, 1 and 2. Well, just a few ounces behind Bill. Keith Combs of Texas. A good start out here. Bo Browning, Bob Downey with the Phoenix Boats Big Fish of the day. I think around about 4-pounder. Justin Atkins, Corey Johnston moving up into our top 10. Brandon Cobb, Jeff Gustafson, Dakota Ebear right there. Dive a little deeper there. There's Greg DePalma. Had a good tournament down at Okeechobee this year. Matt Airy, Kyle Patrick, Brandon Card. Looking to get his season turned around a little bit right there. And there's Jay Shakurit. Slow and steady. Right where he needs to be. Hang on to that lead. And Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Hank Cherry right behind him. Evan Kung, the rookie. Trey McKinney in our top 10 now. Keep your eye on him for sure. Steve Kennedy just outside of it. Brian Smith. Been doing very well for points this year. Also, Eddie Wong, Easton Fothergill, what a great comeback he has engineered from being in last place, leaving Florida. Putting himself up into the top 20 for points to start this tournament right here.
You guys think on TMZ that he's going to be maybe top 10 by the end of the season?
Possibly.
For sure.
It's doable. I think it's doable. Think about where we're going.
One thing for sure, when you look at this unofficial leaderboard, it's going to be a very tight tournament. 1 pound goes a long way up and down the leaderboard.
Be interesting to see what it's going to take to make day number 3. We got 101 anglers trying to make it to day number 3. Fishing these first 2 days as hard as they possibly can. Have a little more elbow room after that. Step back. Just a minute. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller is sponsored by Mercury, by PowerPole, and by Progressive Insurance. Great to have you with us. Happy Thursday. You got past hump day. We started the tournament. Tomorrow will be TGI Friday, and Davey, there's a look at what you've been talking about.
Hey, that's a great shot of what these anglers are dealing with. Like Jason Christie said this morning, if you weren't with us, this is not real unusual for this part of the country and for this lake, but that is a great shot. And the one thing I can say, if you like dirty water, you've got access to it here this week. Not so much for the next couple events, especially the next event on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but great shot that we can see. I'm sure that's some of Wes Miller's work.
Oh, yes.
With the drone. A lot of debris in the water like you see here.
Yeah, water coming up so far, it grabs all that deadfall and pulls it out into the lake and then pushes it back on the shore when it rises back up again.
Yeah, we saw Luke Palmer flipping with a punching weight, something we see most often in Florida, but it's not uncommon here in this area to have to use that to get through the debris to where those fish are in the shallow water.
Scott Canterbury left the shallow water behind after about an hour's fishing this morning.
He didn't. There he is. Feels better. Yes, a lot better. Now I forget what I did with my scale. What did I do with that thing? Oh, I put it back there. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was about to say. I'll keep it up here for now on. That's going to do away with that little smallmouth. Two. You can put in like 2.5. Yep.
I have to say again, it surprised me to see Hank Scott Canterbury move offshore, leaving the flipping bite in the bushes, but he answered why he did that.
Yeah.
Just a little after I questioned it a little bit. He had spent 3 days flipping those bushes, and the bigger fish were offshore, and he showed us that. He's culling out the second of his 2 shallow water flipping fish right now. Here we go. Another good one.
Don't you do it.
Real good one.
Yeah. He's going crazy.
Smallest fish, 1 pound 4 ounces. That's a big help.
We're working on them.
At least 1 pound upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
$2.10. Green is gone.
1 pound 6 upgrade.
That one's got to be fizzed. This one here will probably have to be fizzed.
Yeah, he's in the same plan as Blake Capps, I think. Blake
is.
with the smallmouth, him with the largemouth. But the same principle.
It's going to put him close to the leader.
Yeah.
Yeah. Moved him up by 30 spots. He's in our top 10, top 5.
And there's a few fish swimming together. He's about to make a pitch too, about 10 feet away from the boat. There's bait coming down. There's fish going up.
Oh, he's,
Wow.
Yep. Ooh, lost him.
huh.
They were cruising too. They were swimming towards him.
Was that a smallmouth?
I think that was
What of a
small,
little.
yes. 3 hung around.
This smallmouth at one of these will probably bite. Well, they're swimming away.
I want to know what the one is by itself below that group. It's now swimming up to join
We'll
them.
never know now. I don't know how it came off.
Well, they are moving around. They went from about 6 feet deep down to 20 feet deep in just a few seconds.
This is Smith Lake 2.0, just with different species of fish out there on different forage, but the same thing remains over deeper water, but higher in the water column.
Well, there's one moving really fast, about 45 feet away from the boat. I guess that's his bait.
Is he still in the same creek? He said he was going to move.
I think he's still in the same creek, but he did say he was going to move. I'm not sure.
Looks like the same place, though, doesn't it?
He gets another pass once you take your bibs off, Dave. You got to do it again without bibs. You know,
Changes everything.
Yeah. Fish it different this
Turn
second
your hat
time
around and go one more
Yeah,
time.
exactly.
Canterbury's had the hot hand here in the last 10 or 15 minutes.
Begging.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wait a minute.
He jumped in the boat. That's crazy. He's not that big as smallmouth finally. Oh my gosh.
That
He
was
jumped in the boat.
incredible.
That tells you how acrobatic those jokers are. I should have just tried to get him. I did try to get him on that side.
We get about one of these a year, and it's always hilarious.
That was great. I'm glad he landed it because that could have gone south.
It's not funny when a fish gets
Two-pounder?
off, but that's a good one. One more
Watch
time.
this. That's
Here
the
we go.
hook. got the fish on the port side of the boat and makes a run under the boat and
I'll scare you,
jumps in the
Scott.
boat. I'm over here. I'm over here.
Hey, wait. Seems like I'm
problem-
everywhere.
The problem is when he stepped back towards the fish, he pulled his line and pulled the fish back in the water. It's like a.
I surrender. I surrender. Jump in the boat. Oh, goodness. Looky here. There's a bait at 45 feet. Oh, reeling it up. He didn't like where it was going.
He's got a group down there.
Yes, he does. There's his bait, about 40 feet, right around.
Here we go.
Yep. One of those certainly going to bite with that group.
Yeah.
They're really moving around fast, and they're largemouth, most of them. A lot of swimming.
Skinny. David, we see this higher water up in the bushes, and it looks so, like every single pitch looks like a fish. But I mean, this is such an unstable time for these fish. It's been up and down, up and down. That's the most volatile area to be. But places like Canterbury and Shakira, those fish have no reason to move anywhere. They could be there the last month.
Yeah, there's only a few places that I know of in the country that are like this. Douglas is one that is very, very similar to this with the water fluctuation and the fish staying. I mean, bass fishing one-on-one, when the water rises, gets high up in the bushes, most fish go with them, but there's a few places where that does not happen. This is one of them, obviously.
Canterbury again.
I'm telling you what, we are pounding them, I know that.
Oh, can we see that one more time, that Scott Canterbury? They are literally jumping in the boat.
We got to play it one more time. We just don't get enough of those.
See him hook up here to fish.
Hey, I'm over here now.
Yep. Hey, over here.
Step
Canterbury
back.
looked back like, what's that? Oh, where'd he come from?
If it was
right.
a snake, it might have been.
It might have been.
Hey.
He might have been trying to bite Scott Canterbury. You never know.
That is awesome.
Scott having a very good morning. Maybe even better than what we're seeing there as far as
I think
his
so.
total weight. Carl Jochimson hanging in there in fourth place. Bo Browning, Downey, Justin Atkins, Corey Johnston.
Where's Jason Christie? We hadn't heard from him in a while.
Yeah, Matty Wong at ninth place. Jay Shakira back in the top 10, but Keith Combs on top now ahead of tied with Bill Lowen. Falcon Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge, one of the 3 games available here on the Bassmaster Fantasy platform. And the Drain the Lake is very unique. It is a sort of an elimination challenge for you. You get to pick who you think are from all the available anglers, who's going to do best at this tournament. 8 anglers, you get an 8 angler roster. But once you pick them, you're done with them for the year. So you have to think big picture. You have to think how you're going to make this season play out to your advantage. So check it out, the Falcon Rods Drain the Lake Challenge. We are back to the big challenge, which is before us here for these 101 anglers. Make it to day number 3. Make it to Saturday. Means you got to put some hay in the barn today.
I'll say, man, Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, the local favorites have not done real well for
through the year.
Cobb at Hartwell, Lee at Fort.
Look at there.
There we go.
Your defending champion. From here at Tenkiller, Carl Jochimson.
Bonus coverage. Trey McKinney just landed a 3.5 pounder. He's up to 4th place.
Thanks. Okay.
Carl having a good day. Looks like he's throwing a spinnerbait. Yeah, I think so. Shouldn't surprise him, fish in the bushes, dirty water. Luke Palmer not by himself like he mentioned he was earlier this morning. That's not a buzzbait.
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 Tell me something good, Carl. Well, hell, that's more than I got. You caught very many? Oh, have you? I hadn't caught squat since about, well, I guess by 8:30 I had a limit, you know, but they ain't. I got, yeah, maybe. I got 2 decent ones and 3 complete stinks.
Gotta keep chipping away.
Yeah, and I don't know what it's gonna be.
I know, like is 12 gonna be check or?
I don't think it's gonna take that.
It's gonna be more than that?
No, I don't think so. It probably 11 and a half or so, you know. Just because the weight ain't gonna go up any.
All of Carl's 5 fish right
I'm
at
the only
about
one
2
that's just
1/4
terrible
pound
today, I
range,
guess,
maybe
huh?
1, 2.
Everybody's got over what I got. We're gonna go do some bouncing around now and keep moving.
Shocked to see them both leave. When Luke's been flipping, he's been buzzbaiting. You figure you could go behind him, and even though they just fished that
Gotta
water,
find
it's
bigger
different. You know?
There's another boat in there too, though.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were.
Oh, Chase Sampson, I like him. He's
2's
a good
company,
kid.
3's a craft.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
There'll be some crowds out there through the first 2 days.
Oh yeah.
Here and there, for sure.
A lot of diversity in the different fisheries this year, as always.
We have had.
A lot of different challenges. High water, low water, stain water, big water,
Yeah.
rough water,
Yeah. Oh, wow.
salty water.
I love watching Hank Cherry's swim jig cadence because it's not the Alabama shake. It's not rod tip high and just shake, 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 shake. It's just a pumping. He's not swimming it, not shaking it like an Alabama shake. Just that subtle pump around the docks, and it has been working this morning.
Oh, little sucker. He ate my chunk.
Yeah, well, for a few years there, the top 100s, known as the elites now, was the 150s.
150s, yeah.
And we fished some fisheries, some lakes about this size.
Oh.
It was
That's,
interesting with
yeah.
50 more boats. And co-anglers.
Oh, gosh,
back of
yeah,
the
that's
boat.
right.
So 300 fishermen
300 lines in the
fishing
water. Yeah.
places that were 12, 14,000 acres. This is 13.
I don't know. I'm gonna look at. I don't know what Ross Barnett is, but it
Neely
feels,
Henry with 150 boats. That's
kind of
Oh
interesting.
yeah,
Got some bites.
Yeah, had an open there. Ross
Some
Barnett,
shallow
like
ones,
those.
but they were
tanks just-
definitely
You're saying
smaller
hey a lot to people. You don't want to say hey to.
fish.
Yeah.
I don't really like them. They don't look real fishy.
It's got a Ross Barnett at 22,000 acres, so
not
a little
real
bit,
big.
little bit bigger than this.
But a lot more boats
Yeah.
with the opens there. Ross
When you wonder about, you get some of those narrower, windy places. You tend to disappear a little bit more than those. It's just wide
Can't
open.
tell what kind of lift that one's got going on. Oh, okay, I see it.
I think it was Skeeter Owners Tournament at Fork last week. 1,800 boats.
Oh, my God.
Speaking of saying hi to
on
someone.
27,000 acres. Man. Where's Jason Christie and all that? We got a boat? Got a camera in the boat with him all day. Has not.
He's fallen to 45th, hasn't
Well,
caught
we
a
just kinda
bass in 2
dabbled.
hours.
I mean, you know, I didn't fish a lot of stuff in practice, and my goal was to kind of fish shallow and catch some, and then just go look deep, because I believe that's where it's going to be won with the conditions and the water falling and stuff. But you know, they're not set up right. I'm actually, there's a little deal right here, and they always live here, and they're sitting where they're supposed to be. They're not real tight yet, but we just got to get one of them to bite, and I think we can do some good. You know, it's just hard. Like I run down the lake, and I'm like, well, if this is open, I'll fish it, and if this is open, I'll fish it, and there hadn't been none of that shallow stuff open, so I was like, well, I might as well just skip all that and go straight to trying some deep stuff. So the good thing is we have a long day, and I just don't think, I honestly think they were biting better when it was hot and sunny. It's just like they don't want to, everything's suspended and floating around, like not where we want them to be. But we still got a lot of time, which is good. And we got a lot of places to fish. And I'm probably, if I don't catch one deep here, I'm probably going to go back shallow just to try to catch some fish. And then hopefully this afternoon they'll set up. I know the last day of practice they set up. I idled a couple places and they set up pretty good late in the day. So, and that's typically what they do here. You'll catch some random ones, but the hotter you get, the more boat traffic you get out here, the tighter they get on these places. And you know, as long as I've fished here, they set up on the same places every year. They might slide up 10 foot, slide down 10 foot, but they set up on the same places. So, and I'm really surprised. Like I came by 3 deep spots that are really good. I mean, they can be really good, and not a single person sitting there. So either we're, hopefully we're not trying to be too smart, you know. I just know, I know what lives out here, and that's one of the negatives to having a tournament on your place. You know, we fish Grand a lot. You can just know what lives out there, and you know if it goes down, then it doesn't take long. So there's a lot of positives to fishing your home lake, but there is, you know, I've always said in the tournaments over the years, in practice, like when we go to these places I've never been, like I don't want to know too much. I want to know just enough, because if you know too much, you start trying to do a whole bunch of different things, and those are the demons that I'm fighting today, is just trying to let the fish tell me, and they're just not telling me much. We got 3 bites real quick, and then it just went nil.
Jason has mentioned several times this morning about the fact that he's happy that he's got a late check-in today. So
they're sitting right there.
Don't discount him.
No, we won't.
At 9:30 in the morning.
No.
Palmer just moved offshore. He's been looking bushes all morning. So Jason Christie, Luke Palmer, both with experience here, leaving the bushes and fishing offshore. We'll see some changes from both of them probably.
You should know where there's a few big ones around here. Just find them set up and ready to eat. putting the puzzle together. That's what today is all about. A lot of these guys having to figure out something that may not be of any use tomorrow. That's the way it kind of goes. Some of these tournaments here. Keith Combs, though, the man on top, tied with Bill Lowen. Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, swinging into our 4th hour of competition. The morning has gone by pretty quickly. You're looking at 13th year Bassmaster Elite Series angler Hank Cherry. They're having a pretty good morning, maybe even better than what his score might indicate right now. All the scores on the leaderboard are unofficial. Not official till we get to the weigh-in, and that's much later today, 3:30, right here on Bassmaster.com.
Speaking of unofficial, I think Hank Cherry's got a little more than what he's showing on Bass Track, but that's not unusual. A lot of these guys. I did a little bit of that myself. I didn't want to overestimate and be disappointed or disappoint my family by saying I had 20 pounds and I had 12.
Rather.
There we go.
Another keeper size for sure. Don't know if that'll make his cut, though.
God dang.
I don't think so. Check.
Georgia.
Smallest is a pound 6. I don't know, it might be a little bigger than that. He's not.
I think maybe he was, but the smallest one isn't.
Yeah, oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, I see.
He was a little better than pound 6, but the smallest one is a little better than pound 6.
Working with 2 different scales.
Yeah. Variables on all ends.
Yes, that's right, both ends, right.
Our leaders keep
Both
calling, though.
ends, yeah.
Bill Lowen just caught a 2.5 pounder. He broke his tie with Keith Combs, who had it at 2.4, and now he's 4 ounces behind him.
Back out to Jason Christie.
I just think he's going to bust a big bag before 4 o'clock offshore. When a fisherman of his caliber says, I have spent more days of my life on this water than anything else in my life.
Stuff just doesn't play as much anymore. I don't think I got a good hook in him. Maybe I'm just fishing too deep. Little Scottsboro. It's caught us one.
Something that was interesting I learned when I spent the day on the lake at Grand Lake with Jason Christie a couple of years ago. Most of his local tournament fishing was with his dad. That's really cool. That's really cool.
That is.
Have your dad as your local team partner.
Another Oklahoman here, Blake Capps. Spending his day offshore.
Yep. Ooh. Not all crappie. Number 4. Pound and 3/4. It might be 2, I don't know. Number 4. He's bleeding too. Yeah.
Well, he's got some fans following him. Probably family.
Yeah.
All right, one more to get a limit.
Not far from home at all from Blake Capps. The limit should move him back into the top 30. We'll move him back into the top 30 for sure. Oh, wait, there's some music.
There's
Hold
some
on.
music.
Hold on here.
9:40 a.m. Central
What are you
Time.
thinking?
I'm thinking, yes, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Scott Canterbury getting it done. Left the bank early. He's known to be a flipper, a jig fisherman, a jig swimmer. Left the bank early, and he proved to us why he left the bank. Culled the two that he had caught shallow offshore. Good solid one here. But that's not the power pole replay of the day fish. Right here it is. Scott Canterbury jumping in the boat. Power pole replay of the day. Yes. Jump out, jump in. Let's go back and forth a little bit there. That's awesome. Scott Canterbury, you have to be power pole replay today on a Thursday when they're jumping in the boat at Tenkiller.
We love it when they just jump on the other side of the boat from where you're looking. But when they jump in the boat, that's extra point.
He would have done bit it.
Top of the leaderboard just changed. Trey McKitty tied low, and then Keith Combs caught his third 3-pounder to get over 13 pounds and retake the lead.
Yeah, sort of fishing it over and over again, but I mean, there's still some fish around. I'm just gonna try it out a little bit deeper.
As an angler, the big dilemma when you fish a smaller fishery like this, do you burn one place down? Do you stay there and try to catch everything that's there and then move somewhere else the next day? Or do you rotate and try to not overfish any one place? So you ask 10 anglers, you'll probably get 5 different answers.
Yeah. You just think that there are just very few places that are just going to go unmolested, right? Whether you leave them alone or not.
Yeah.
Palmer. Might be some help since he's dealing with a 1-1.
Yeah, I think it is.
Probably a pound and a half.
I've never seen one that small.
I just wish I knew how to work the dang things. Well, right at a pound 60. So a pound and a half.
Good to see Luke Palmer leaving the shoreline, flipping thick brush and then some of the floating debris with a heavy weight, go offshore and start catching them deeper, like a drop shot.
He wasn't happy with his size, with the production on the bank there, so he was thinking
Here we
we'll get
go.
some bigger ones out here. Getting some numbers out here, apparently.
Definitely help him there. A little heavier than you think when you barely get them over the side. Usually I swing them in there about head high because they're smaller than I thought they were.
A little extra elevation.
Yes. There we go. Ronnie Moore, I thought he was in the studio.
Oh, there he is out there, yeah.
No,
running
that's
the trolling
Easton.
motor.
That's Easton Fothergill.
And Ronnie Moore.
And Ronnie Moore. Ronnie Moore running the trolling motor.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him. I'm definitely gonna let him make the cast, and I'll run the bag. I think Kyle
Yeah. You got scoping out there, Ronnie?
He's trolling too. Like, so he's
Yeah.
got that bait down mid-depth column going straight down the timber line.
I thought all the young kids were scopers. There's no scope on that boat.
No, that's right. Oh, they probably got a secret scope.
They got a Yeti cooler, though.
Yeah, that's right.
Very, very cool.
Peanut butter jelly sandwiches and Mountain Dews. Let's go.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, let's get
Bag of-
jacked up out here.
Not even a bag of cheese. It's a whole box of Cheez-Its.
All right. Ronnie's fixing
That's fun.
Ronnie's fixing to get it out there.
One on the front's got a fat-free shad, and the one in the back's got a buzzbait on
Yeah,
it, covering all different depths. That's great to see.
They'll be out here on the Elite Series in 5 years.
Exactly.
If that.
If that.
If they get a scope.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not touching that.
All right, well, we got things happening, but boy, if the leaderboard's doing anything, it's tightening up.
It is.
Not much room among those top 10 there. Take a look at it right there, less than 3 pounds. Separating our top 10, Justin Atkins started the day as the man on top with the first limit as well, but Keith Combs now got a slight advantage ahead of Trey McKinney, Bob Downey, and Bill Lowens now in 4th place. Scott Canterbury hanging pretty tight there in the middle of our top 10. Carl Jochimson, same story. Bo Browning, Kyle Patrick joining the group, and Brandon Cobb staying there in the top 10 as well. Second time ever here at Lake Tenkiller in Oklahoma, eastern Oklahoma, northeastern Oklahoma, specifically north of the Arkansas River. If you're on this plateau, they call that the Ozark Plateau. If you're south of the Arkansas River, it's the beginning of the Ouachita Mountains, 2 major ranges here in this part of the country. The Ouachitas are the older of the ranges. Right now, a man who's ranged all the way down from Wisconsin to make his mark in a big way on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Jay Shakur now got his sights focused on winning Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
He's been around a lot of shad you can see and some fish. Very active. There's his bait going down about 30 feet away from the boat, down at 18 feet, and they're going to bite that group. Oh. Got away from him at a short pitch, dropping right there on him.
Goodness. I can't.
Wow.
There's too many of them.
Pitch it in again.
Dang, going fast.
Third pitch to him.
Come on. Come on.
They're right under the boat. Yep. That one's hot. He was
Yeah, he was
right under his trolling motor.
Get in the boat. Did you see that? Let's go. There's 3. I gotta try and stay on these fish.
close to a 2-pounder.
Yep. Well, we've got a lot of fishing left to go, but if you've kept up with the season, watched us a lot on Bassmaster Live, he has been solid from South Florida to, gosh, it is
remarkable consistency, and that's what that award is all about. This one he's got the inside track on as we stand here today.
Yep. And it's always been that way. It's just with the live that we have now, we see it and how diverse he's been throughout the year.
Skeeter Boats, BFA Big Fish Lure Taquito, a 4-pounder tying 2 others, including Downey,
Cody Huff.
Taku coming off a great tournament last time around, a few weeks back at the Sabine River.
I think I saw Taku's boat not far from Scott Canterbury a few minutes ago. May not have stayed around long, or he might be right there with him, but pretty sure it was him.
Oh, good. I feel good. Just trying to still decide what we need to be doing. I mean, got a really, really good start, I think. It's just to catch a kicker, what do we need to be doing? You know, I don't know yet. A 4-pounder today will go a long ways now. My confidence is up shallow, but my best fish have been out deep, so sort of time to hit another place or two. I did catch some fish. I mean, I caught some fish in practice shallow. It's just that water dropping really got me concerned. Like, got me concerned a lot. This is about a little deeper than what I've been doing here. We're in 35 now, so just trying it for a minute.
"35 feet deep."
Wow.
With this high stained water.
Is he hooked up?
Oh, come on, stay on there. Came off.
Oh. Dang.
Shakurit's last fish
I'll
went
be
in
another
as a
one there.
212.
Really?
Yeah, I thought it was chunky. Got him tied for 7th.
Here we go. Jason just lost one. He's hooked up again already. Oh my gosh.
They're not getting it good, are they?
Three and 3 casts. Let's hope he can put one in the boat. Boy, he's
Third
had some
time
tough
charm.
luck.
Yeah.
Big one always gets it first. We're gonna catch them like that's 5, right?
He promised us some fat-free shad. The first 3 casts with it, 3 fish.
Yeah.
Just a hard spot. Dang it, that first one was like 3.5. It's not 4 foot deep. That's probably why I didn't get a good hook in them, probably because that crankbait's just doing crazy stuff on the bottom. And yeah.
hit it.
Canterbury again. Like a good one.
Bigger.
Definitely going to help him. For a guy that said he doesn't know really what to do this morning, he needs to keep doing whatever he is doing.
Stay confused would be my advice to Scott. I know he's onto something for real here.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We're about 3.5 hours into these 8 hours of fishing to make up day number 1 out here. 101 anglers trying to do well enough to make it to the weekend here. 7th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and Texan Keith Combs on top, ahead of Trey McKinney. That's always a name of note these recent couple of years in this world. You're going to keep your eye on that situation. Bob Downey, Bill Lowen, and all the rest. We'll take a break. We'll be back a little later.
Welcome into the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. It is stop 7 of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, and we are on Oklahoma on Lake Tenkiller. A smaller body of water for Elite Series standards, and well, this body of water, it's kind of reminded me of one of my high school girlfriends. It's very unstable this week. A lot of instability on this body of water. The water has been high, the water has been low. We've had 3 different takeoff locations. That gives you an idea of how unstable it is, but had a great takeoff this morning at Chicken Creek Boat Ramp. Amazing support from the local community. Drove past a local store, and the kids were out waving like we were a parade on the way past. So it's always good to be welcomed in. And when you come to the great state of Oklahoma, it's always good to hang with some fine folks from Oklahoma. Matt Pangrack joining us, Kyle Jesse as always. And Panger, you got a lot to celebrate. I mean, got engaged just a little while ago, hot off a gold medal winning performance for America. Life is good for you.
No, it absolutely is good. It's also good anytime the Elite Series and Bassmaster returns to Oklahoma, a state that is very proud of its angling history, its angling community. This area, synonymous Lake Tenkiller with Jimmy Houston, obviously with classic champ Jason Christie now. So excited to see the Oklahoma fans and faithful kind of show out this week, even with maybe some adverse weather conditions. And like you mentioned, you can see the community, the people really willing to work with Bassmaster to make sure this thing goes off without a hitch. On the water, though, little maybe not as smooth as we were hoping it would have gone.
Why? Just the instability?
Yeah, well, I mean, so it was a unique situation here. There was an off day on Wednesday for the anglers. They started practice on Sunday, went Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, off day Wednesday. A lot of weather systems rolling through Oklahoma. Tenkiller, very susceptible to rising and falling water. One of the things they can do here is they can pull the water out of this lake really quickly. It also rises quickly. So when they started practice on Sunday morning, it was at like 487. By the time they finished practice, it was up to 491. And now it's down to 490. So definition of a roller coaster when it comes to water level. And one thing about these Oklahoma bass, they like to go up and down with that water level. So they're kind of all over the map right now.
Well, one thing that everybody agrees on, a lot of eyes on Jason Christie, obviously, Kyle Jesse. You spent a little time with him before the tournament started. Is he going to pull it off this week? 5 minutes from his house.
It'd be hard to root against him. I mean, obviously, a guy that has spent more time on Lake Tenkiller than anybody in the field. I don't even think it's particularly close. Told me yesterday he'd hate to know how much time he spent on this body of water. However, it's not a place that he's fished multiple day tournaments. You know, he said that 2-day tournaments, not super unfamiliar with that, but a 4-day event on your home lake. And it changes the way you fish it a little bit, because if it's a lake you fish just for fun a lot, it's hard to kind of challenge that as a tournament angler.
Well, let's get caught up with everything that's been going on the water with our Yamaha midday report and have a look at some of the anglers we got a camera with and how the action has been breaking down here on day number 1, stop number 7. And let's start it off with a calm, cool cat from Colgate, Oklahoma. The guy who's excited to be here, former Elite Series champion Luke Palmer.
Yeah, Luke is as old school Oklahoma as it comes. He grew up around here. Eufaula, Tenkiller, Fort Gibson, Grand. If you can put a flipping stick in his hand, he's very comfortable with it. But also one of these hybrid anglers. We saw how he's used his forward-facing sonar in certain ways, particularly in his Elite Series win on Santee Cooper at Shallow. So one of those anglers who can use his familiarity and his strengths, but also isn't afraid to get out offshore, which we saw him towards the end of the first segment today, get offshore and put a spinning rod in his hand on some of these Tenkiller.
How about a 4-time Bassmaster winner, back-to-back classic champion, Hank Cherry?
Hank's fishing his strengths. You watch Hank live on it. The dude's a swim jig fisherman. He's not afraid to get up. He said he was kind of fishing by the seat of his pants here, but that's the beauty about Tenkiller. Right now, you can fish your strengths with all 3 species of fish in a healthy bait fish population. We've seen him key on docks, on marinas, put that white swim jig in his hand, and it's just a matter of time before there's a big post spawner that's sitting up underneath one of those floats that sucks in that swim jig and boom, jumps him way up to the top.
And you said it. That is just Carolina as it gets. I mean, if you were to just look at that footage and didn't know it was at Tenkiller, you'd just think he was at Norman or any of the North Carolina lakes that set up very similarly with those floating docks. Like you said, fishing to his strengths so far.
It's an Elite Series event in 2025, so yes, of course, we have a camera with Jay Shikuret. Never been out of the top 10 in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, but firmly planted atop that, and this is a big question mark for him. This tournament, if he can get through here, it gets a lot easier.
There's no question. I mean, he was another guy that I had the opportunity to shoot some content with yesterday, and you can tell as each event passes, that pressure just continues to mount. You know that you're that close. It's so hard to have the opportunity to win Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and he's put himself in such a great position so far. Obviously having a solid morning this morning. Told me that he was going to mix it up, fish a little bit shallow, fish offshore. So far today, Matt, we've seen him mostly stick to those offshore schools.
Yeah, he's one of the guys that has been fishing the guts of some of the main creeks, targeting those suspended fish, throwing a minnow, throwing a suspended bait on them. And he's a guy who's in position to, all it takes is 1 second to get 2 or 3 big ones, get one of those to fire, and he's good.
How about Scott Canterbury? I talked about your gold medal. Well, he was part of that gold medal winning team. Scott Canterbury got a camera with him here today.
Yeah, he seemed to be throwing a shaky head style bait. He's offshore. Now, one of the cool things about Tenkiller is these fish will group up offshore. If you find a brush pile, if you find a rock pile where they are, you don't have to hunt and peck. You can go back to the well over and over and cull up, and we saw Scott do just that this morning.
Certainly getting a lot of bites. Maybe a little unexpected. He's such a good shallow water fisherman, flipper, swim jig, the things that we've seen a lot of anglers have success here. What a catch. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yeah, that was wild. I've never seen one go around the trolling motor up onto the front deck and then back in the water.
I mean, what a crazy catch, but outstanding start from Scott Canterbury, obviously, today. You never know how day ones are going to go with the anglers with the camera in the boat, but he is really showing out today.
He told me this morning, it's been a while since I've had a camera on day one, and he said, I'm going to put on a show, and that fish proved that he is putting on a show. That is your Yamaha Midday Report, but let's get out on the water live with Scott Canterbury right now.
Went out deep, and it's been good. We caught them pretty good. It's just a matter of having enough areas to do it and catch them. We caught them pretty much all on one spot, or we did catch them on one spot, really. I'm going to fish shallow a good bit today to try to get a big bite, but we may have to go up to where it's muddy or something. I'd like to see what everything looks like after the day off. We're going to catch a few more somewhere.
Scott Canterbury, as I said, he said he's going to put on a show, and let's have a look at a little bit of that show right now and relive that fish catch.
Matter of fact, we may run up in a minute. Go ahead and do that.
What? What is that behind me? Oh, nothing to see here. Just bring him around. You're on the wrong side of the boat.
If you spend your time doing this, you'll catch some fish. It's just a matter of catching. And we got good quality fish, for sure. I mean, a lot of the fish that you catch in the bushes aren't but 1 3/4 pounds. So we don't have a fish under 2 now. So It's all about decisions and trying to learn what's going on every day. Today we got a good start.
I'd say a good start when they're literally jumping in your boat. You are having a good start. Not only jump in your boat, but you jump in your boat, back out of your boat, pull it to the other side, and land.
Yeah, on the opposite side. I don't think I've ever seen one happen like that. If you notice right there, he's got a water bottle there to keep that from happening again.
A little defense.
Yeah.
Well, let's head over to your pre-tournament favorite, a guy who has been licking his chops waiting for this event. The pride of Dry Creek, Oklahoma, Jason Christie.
Just swing them. Golly, just swinging. That's two over three that I've lost. He had the bait better. Golly.
Ouch. That is painful.
One of the
Making
things,
it even more painful is we're going to replay exactly
Well,
that.
you can see right here, so, no nets in the Bassmaster Elite Series. So one of the things that Jason here is seeing that fish is just hooked on the outside with one hook. So you'll see he's going to pull his rod across his body and try to get more treble hooks into the mouth of that fish. That's a common deal. He's not overplaying it right there. What he's trying to do is get more hooks into that fish, and it just didn't work out. But that's dangerous. If you get a bite on him, and that's a clue. He just said before when he first went out deep, he needed one clue.
Certainly getting some numbers of bites so far, but right now, smallest fish is a 1 pounder, so that certainly would have propelled him way up.
I mean, they're doing what? Exactly what I thought they'd
From one
be
Oklahoma
doing.
angler
We've had the bites
to another,
already,
let's
so-
head over to Colgate, Oklahoma's Luke Palmer. You mentioned how versatile he's become, and we've seen it right in front of our very eyes. I remember just a few years ago, I literally stood in the parking lot and watched Gussie teach him how to tie braid to fluoro. Didn't own a spinning rod, and man, he's done damage with a spinning rod, not just here in Oklahoma, but up north.
Yeah, he really has. Here he is hooked up here on a fish, but I talked to him yesterday prior to the start, and he was really worried about fishing pressure in his areas. We saw some of his best stretches. He actually ran into Carl Jacobson with another boat in the back of that pocket, so he's going to have a little bit of head games to play with too on a body of water that he's familiar with, finding an area where he can get comfortable and really settle down and catch him. But 3 different baits for Luke right now to put fish in the boat, and that one was on a spinning rod.
Chunk.
I heard the flop out there.
There's 15 or 20 of them in there this size. Gosh, he's hooked in the freaking tongue, though. That's the reason I bit the bait off and leave it. Seems like this happened to me at Smith. I pulled it out.
That's a good one, and what makes it even better is the fact that he just said there's 15 or 20 of them there that size. It's probably a pretty good spot hanger, no?
Yeah, they group up here. I mean, when you can catch them one after another. They like to get in smaller groups and really kind of group up tight to the structure or cover that they're focused on.
Well, another thing that groups up is top 10s, and Keith Combs trying to make his second top 10 of the season. He's your tournament leader with 14 pounds, 12 ounces. West Coast pro Andrew Loberg and Trey McKinney in third. It is day 1 of stop 7 of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Welcome you into Oklahoma, where we are trying to watch it all go down on this incredible body of water, Lake Tenkiller. A lot of questions going into this week, and this is a tough one. You look where we go from here. Obviously, we go to Lake St. Clair, where the majority of the field catches a limit every single day, and a good limit. Then we go to La Crosse, Wisconsin. I mean, it's a story of 4-pounders on St. Clair, 3-pounders in La Crosse. But this one, a question mark. This can go so wrong for so many. An incredible fishery, but not easy with as unstable as it's been, a small playing field on Elite Series standards, and they're going to get a lot of freedom when it comes to Saturday and Sunday, and it cuts down to 50 anglers, but 102 on the water. But the leader in our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, Jay Shakurit. Let's get out to him live right now. What are you seeing here, Panger?
I seen Jay's playing the number game. I mean, he is doing your traditional smallmouth spots and largemouth that are keen on bait fish. There to the right of screen, you can see a fish actually going through the bait ball, but those are just small wolf packs of fish. The water clarity down lake on Tenkiller is really good for this. So he's basically, we're set up here at the Cherokee. He's basically playing the slots, hoping that one of these fish is better than average. But what we've seen and what we'll see him continue to do all day is he's mentioned going up to the bushes, but if he can sit here, play the numbers game, and cull up ounces, it'll do him a world of good. Also, as the water drops, these fish are going to be less susceptible to it, so he's going to be more likely to be able to stay stable. If he can find a creek, a ditch, a drop, a drain that has fish that are relating to those bait fish, it'll be easier for him to take that into the weekend and secure that 10 to 14 pound limit than a guy who's hunting and pecking for individual fish.
Panger, you're pretty good at this stuff. I mean, you should probably start a daily podcast or something.
Oh, there's enough podcasts out there already.
Oh, no, that world needs... Oh, that's right. You do host Bass Talk Live. And we thank you for breaking away from that today to join us. This tournament is a lot of fun, but a lot of different baits playing in this tournament. You're going to break it all down with our Bass Pro Shops top baits.
That's exactly right, and thankfully Matt is here because he at least knows what he's talking about. So he's going to help us break this down. We're looking back, Bass Pro Shops top tackle, 2019 Elite Series tournament, the only Elite obviously that we've had here other than this year. The #1 bait that showed up in that top lures gallery was a crankbait. Now, different sizes, square bills, deep diving crankbaits, but something you mentioned, Matt, is they will get offshore and group up. And we've seen a couple guys, Jason Christie, Blake Capps, use a deep diving crankbait.
They will also, not sure how Keith Combs is catching them today, but that exact color right there, chartreuse powder blue bat, Keith Combs is made famous between the TTBCs and what he's done in Texas with it, well over $500,000 in earning. We saw Jason Christie pull off that looked like a 3.5 to 4 pound largemouth on it, especially with a little stain in this water, and then pulling 11,000, setting those fish up on key spots, getting a big plug down there in that 15 to 18 foot range could be big.
Absolutely. And then #2, just a straight tail finesse worm. Something we saw a lot back in 2019. I'm sure we'll see here again. Shaky head, drop shot, same kind of deal, same places, right?
It's Oklahoma. Shaky head always plays in Oklahoma. Scott Canterbury going to work with it. One of the things we're seeing Shakurit catching suspended fish, but there's also a lot of times where these fish will follow it and eat it off of the bottom. They'll actually follow it down. A shaky head, an underrated forward-facing sonar bait that it looks like Canterbury's making the most of this week.
Absolutely. And #3, a jig. You can't come to an Ozark-style lake without a jig being on your deck, whether you're fishing it shallow, deep, whatever it might be. A jig's obviously always going to be a player.
Yeah, Tyler Williams deadly with a jig of that style in his hand. We saw what Carl Jocumsen did when he won that 100,000, a crucial part in his career the last time they were here. But whether you're flipping it, whether you're dragging it, whether you're swimming it, a jig has to be tied on when you're on a non-grass rock lake in Oklahoma, any style of crawfish color or white one like what we saw Hank Cherry throwing. But that jig right there will get bites across the state and this week, regardless of whether it's high, low, or dropping.
Absolutely. #4, Mercer. We've been teasing this all year, and I feel like we're finally starting to see some
About time.
action.
About time.
This morning, we've seen a lot of poppers, buzz baits, a little bit of walking baits, but walking bait was a bait that played back here in 19. Matt, obviously going to be a Clearwater staple.
Yeah, so the walking bait on Tenkiller really depends on the gizzard shad and where the gizzard shad are. If you can get up on some of those tall, shallow rock points and the gizzard shad are up there, a lot of those fish will follow it. I've had times on Tenkiller where I'll be walking a walking style bait, a Zura spook, and you'll have a 4-pound smallmouth jump over the bait and a 4-pound largemouth come up and eat the bait. They mix it up, and if there's big protein up shallow, that is going to be an X factor at some point this week, especially with the overcast conditions.
Naturally, that's what we're rooting for. More topwater action. Hopefully we get to see some more
I
of
thought
that.
you meant big protein. I'm a big fan of big protein.
That as well. And then last but not least, a swim bait. In 2019, we saw a variety of different swim baits, a smaller swim bait, a mag draft, a bigger style swim bait. Not so much a minnow then. Obviously, it wasn't then what it is now, but we're seeing a lot of that, so far today with the minnow style.
That
bait.
jig minnow is a hybrid iteration of what we saw Chris Zaldain do on those same kind of flat points that guys are targeting with topwaters or moving baits. He threw a small paddle tail on a really light jig head, caught some really nice smallmouth last time to be in contention. Same style here. Just make the tail straight and cast to them a little bit more accurately instead of fan casting.
Absolutely. And then another thing, obviously not on the list, but we've talked about the changing conditions, the high water. There's plenty negatives about the changing, water levels, but it's allowed us to see more flipping. I mean, that's been something we saw all morning long. Suspect we'll see throughout the tournament. So there's pros and cons, but that's going to be your top tackle, Bass Pro Shop's top tackle here for Lake Tenkiller.
And I don't have an abacus to work it out, but I'm obviously looking at that, and it's 180% right there. Why are those numbers like that, Kyle Jesse?
So 10 anglers, they can show multiple baits. It's not going to be a perfect 100%. I know that's been a question throughout the season. That is basically number of times that bait showed up. It's not necessarily how many anglers are showing up.
Got our eyes live right now on Scott Canterbury. But we got a lot of things have been thrown around going into this event, Kyle Jesse, and that'll give us an opportunity to break down a little segment called Buying or Selling.
Yeah, we're going to run through this. Didn't have Doc Talk. That's typically where we've done this. With the off day yesterday, had the chance to catch up with a lot of anglers. Naturally, they're all on edge a little bit just because of all the changing conditions.
Time of the year, too.
Yeah, absolutely. You need
pressure.
it. A lot of guys need a good tournament, for all sorts of things. Qualifying for the Classic, Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year, requalifying for the Elites. A lot on the line. But let's start it off. Buying or selling. Matt, Gerald Swindle said, you can get ready for it. FFS is going to take another win here. We buying it or selling it?
I'm going to buy it, but I don't think it's exclusively going to be an FFS win. I think this is one of the best mix-up tournaments of the year. We've seen it with the top anglers out there right now. I think this is going to be a perfect example of situational scoping. I think key fish could come any number of ways, any of those top baits that we just went through, but it will definitely play a part in the win this week. I'm buying it.
I'm right there with you. I'm situational scoping. Never heard that term, but I think it's a fitting term. I don't know that we're going to have many events that it doesn't play, because whether you're traditionally scoping, like I spying them and casting right at the fish, it's become such a tool where anglers can just look. Even if you're fishing a break, you can just look ahead and you're exactly on that break. So I think we're going to see a little scoping and situational scoping for sure.
Love it. We're sticking with that.
It's a definite Pangerac-ism.
Number 2, Kenta Kimura said, Matt, you kind of just talked about this. Whoever wins this tournament is going to have to do something different every day.
100% buying that. Not only that, a lot of times you see guys who get on patterns, they're managing their fish, they're managing their area, they're seeing what's happening around them. I do not think this is one of those cases. These guys know the links to watch that water drop. You have the weather come in, you're dealing with about a 10,000 acre playing field with the conditions. I think you've got everybody who is taking this as 4 one-day tournaments, maybe taking a nugget or a morsel out of what they did the day before, but you're not going to see one guy that just really kind of dials into one thing and does it exclusively. So I'm buying that.
Mercer?
I don't want to play follow the leader, but I'm 100% buying it as well. I mean, I said that this lake reminded me of my high school girlfriend, very unstable. You never knew what you were walking into with her. That's exactly what Tenkiller is. So there's no way somebody's going to do one thing and ride it to the very end. So
I feel like we love those types of tournaments as it is. I mean, you're going to be challenged. Everybody in the field is going to be facing a massive challenge out there, but it's going to be fun to watch. Last but not least, Caleb Summerall said it's going to take 61-13 to win. Now, that's probably pretty close to what a lot of the estimates were. Are you buying it or selling it? And if you're buying or selling it, are you going higher or lower?
So before the start of the day, I was totally selling that. There's no way that I thought that Jason Christie would come into this tournament and not bust a 20-pound sack. There are a lot of 3 3/4 to 4.5 pound fish in this lake. You're typically not going to see an 8, 9, 10 pounder, but that would kind of bump me up into the 70 range. Watching it now with the conditions that we're seeing, I mean, it's easy to buy in hindsight after we've seen how the first morning is going, but I still think that there's a couple 20-pound bags up there that'll get it up to that 65-plus pound range. So can I put it in layaway?
Just decide after the tournament. That's typically what we do. Mercer, what do you got?
It's a great thing for a tournament angler to do, really. Just put it in layaway. I'll be back to pay for it. I totally wanted to disagree with you because I thought you were going with buying it. I'm selling it, too, because I just think when they get a little bit more space on the weekend, first 2 days, it might seem like that's right on target, but I think we're going to see a couple of big bags come in throughout the weekend. And as the guy that MCs the weigh-in, I'm going to go. I'm selling on
You are
that
quite
one.
literally selling it. It's
Yes.
going to be higher than that.
I'm selling the weigh-in. It's going to be wonderful.
And that is going to be your buying or selling segment here at Lake Tenkiller.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Kyle Jesse. All those questions, that's just our opinion. All of those questions will be answered. A couple of days ago, it was sunny out and beautiful. And it was this morning, but now it's kind of clouded over. But it's all sunshine in Keith Combs' boat, 14 pounds, 12 ounces. We don't know what he's doing. We will find out. But I got to believe, as you said, Panger, he is a cranker, and the crank bite is playing. You got to imagine that's what he's doing.
Definitely. I see Andrew Loberg, really good young angler there, and then Trey McKinney. A lot of guys who came pre-practice here, put in some work. It seems to be paying off for them, too.
It is day one, stop 7 of the 2025 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Welcome into the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Lake Tenkiller, our playing field here this week. 102 anglers out on the water for the first 2 days of competition. Then we'll cut that field in roughly half. 50 of them will go out in semifinal Saturday. 10 of them fish on Championship Sunday. Your tournament leader right now, Keith Combs, 14 pounds, 12 ounces. West Coast rookie, Andrew Loberg with 14.8. And, guess what? Trey McKinney catching him once again. And Panger, I think we have some plants here because he, too, was a member of that gold medal winning team that you... I don't know if you were the captain, but at the end of it, you were the captain.
No, not the captain, just a last-minute fill-in. But something really interesting, I was actually doing some filming on Tenkiller before the cutoff for the Elite Series. I was out here shooting for something else, and where I put in 3 days in a row, there were 2 boats and trucks that were in before I got there at dawn and were still on the water when I got off at dusk. It was Trey and JT. I talked with both of those anglers about that down in Mexico at that USA Bass event, and they said that that they came to this body of water and they meticulously worked together and grafted out so that they would feel much more comfortable when they came back. It appears as though it's paying off.
Putting in the work.
A lot of work. Yesterday, I was talking to Paulnick, and Paulnick just talked about just how shocking, like, for him, he's just like, hey, your life changes, and it's hard to... We left Florida, and Trey's talking to Paulnick in the parking lot at Okeechobee after Paulnick had won. He congratulated him and says, I'm going to Pasquotank. You going? And Paulnick's like, I can't go, but that's... sports. I mean, they are working hard, and it is paying off. But a guy that you got to work hard to keep up to is one of the most feared names in professional bass fishing, Jason Christie.
Not really an update since the last time. Really not liking this rain settling in for the way I want to fish, but there really ain't nothing I can do about it. So the choice is I fish out here, or I get up there with everybody else, and we may have to do that for long. I'm starting to get up here where, you know, it was blowed out during practice, and I don't know if it's just clear on the top and still dirty down there. I mean, according to the units, it's not, and I don't see any dirt float, silt, in the water column, so we got to give it a good try. That's the thing about these places is you pull up at the right place at the right time and you can make 5 casts and be done. That's what I'm hoping to do. But I got 4 or 5 more places I want to fish, and if I don't catch something, then we're going to fish shallow coming back. Maybe tie on a buzz bait, or I got one tied on, maybe just play with that a little bit, flip a little bit. I was really aggravated I lost those 2. I mean, that just, hurt because we would have been about where we needed to be for day 1. I mean, not be out of it. I know that we wouldn't be leading or anything, but we wouldn't be out of it. Kind of free us up to go fishing a little bit. One thing on this lake, if you've never fished it, and other highland reservoirs, I mean, you get these old clouds and stuff like this, and yeah, it'll make them just swim around. But what we need is some wind. That wind will get them up there and get them going. It doesn't look like we'll be getting any of that today, so we're just gonna fish. Dude, I despise wearing a rain suit in the summer. I mean, it's just like this one's the best you can buy, but it's still like, yeah.
Two good ones. 2 more.
Jason Christie still feeling the pain of 2 key missed fish, and we'll make it a little more painful and relive it. Panger, you did a great job of breaking that down. Why don't you go ahead and do that one more?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do here. He came up, he analyzed where that fish was. It was hooked outside of the mouth on the one side. You see him, he keeps trying to sweep it back and forth, which without being able to use a net, he's trying to get more treble hooks in that fish's face beforehand, and it just came off. Disappointing, but he knows he didn't do anything wrong.
Hindsight's always 20/20, but after that happened, I should have just swung them.
Yeah.
But you'd have a hard time living with yourself. You try to swing that fish, and then it comes off anyways.
He's not the only local. Reigning and defending Bass Nation national champion Blake Capps calls this his home body of water. And a great aerial shot of the area he's fishing. Christy talking about a lot of different baits. I mean, and he mentioned the B word for the 2nd tournament in a row. Could we see a buzzbait be a big player?
I hope. I think we are all rooting for that. It was interesting hearing Jason there talk about how he's wanting to stay offshore, but the conditions are telling him, obviously, to get up on the bank and do that, in his words, with everybody else. But what's been interesting is we've seen a lot of the guys on camera that were up shallow already move off. So there might be more, less guys up there now than there have been.
You're looking at this shot of Blake Capps right now, and it looks like he's kind of out in the middle of the lake and he's off. Remember, this lake is 5 foot high. What he's fishing right there, you would normally see bank with the first transition there. So he's not that far offshore. He's just fishing that kind of first drop that drops down.
Blake having a solid morning so far, up into 5th place right now, 12:15 with the limit.
Blake talked this morning about just how crazy the bass fishing world is. A year ago, he said, I never would have imagined that I'd be on the Elite Series and be competing on my home body of water. Another guy who had a hot start to his career, didn't take him long to make a mark, almost won the first classic he competed in, Hank Cherry.
Dude, I had a really nice bite earlier. Doing something a little different. I rolled it. It was kind of between me and a log, and it kind of just, use the leverage of the log, I guess, and threw the bait. But that's another key. I kind of got stuck in here. Boat traffic's getting kind of crazy, to say the least. So I'm gonna get back out here, but I wanted to throw out these couple just to see if this area had any. So far, no takers. Really would like to have that other fish back. I just don't have the full hook set strength back yet in this elbow. And it's cost me several times throughout the year, but the only way it's gonna get stronger is just keep doing it.
Hank Cherry talking about getting the full elbow strength back.
Make it feel
had off-season surgery.
Better. But I went from basically no company to the field. That's what it seems like anyhow. So just plugging away.
Hank Cherry just plugging away. I'm battling through some injury, obviously on the way back, but in this sport, you don't get a lot of off days. And a guy who doesn't get a lot of off days has been Matt Panger from Bass Talk Live. Make sure you check that out. And hey, Panger, can we convince you just to hit the road with us full time?
I mean, you can talk to my agent.
All right.
Which is also me.
Negotiations have begun. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. 10-4. Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Ooh, your tournament leader, Keith Combs, has padded his lead a little bit, moved up to 15 pounds, 2 ounces. West Coast rookie Andrew Loberg, 2 out of his 4 roommates have already won Elite Series titles. Can we see the Surge squad win another one? Trey McKinney in 3rd place, Austin Felix in 4th, Takumi Ito in 5th, and Blake Katz has been waiting for this event his whole life. Couldn't believe that he was here. He said this time last year, never would have imagined it. Well, he won the Bass Nation National Championship. He's now in the Elite Series, and he gets to fish at home. And let's get out on the water with him live right now.
Oh, gosh. Oop. Good largemouth. Gosh. Stay down. That's a good one. Oh, it's going the wrong way. Bring him back. Heck yeah. That's number 5. Heck yeah, we needed that one. 3-pounder.
Heck yeah, indeed. That one a good one here on Tenkiller. And Blake Katz in a great situation, fishing his home body of water. And as I said, never would have believed he's here, but he is. And this is a big week for him, but always a big time when we get to be joined by Steve Bowman with Bo Knows. And you told me you're going to regale me with a little history this time
I am,
around.
but I'm also going to tell you that Bo knows when a fish jumps and jumps into your hand like it did for Blake Capps, then you're living right. So
Yeah.
Blake Capps may have a lot of history here that's worth seeing. So normally what we talk about on Bo Knows is the history of the tournaments that we've had on these lakes. But I'm going to tell you a little bit about the history of the land before Tenkiller was ever built.
Oh, okay.
So basically you're on the western edge of the Ozarks.
Yes.
And this was considered by some historians as the Ozark Badlands. Okay? This is the beginning of Indian territory, but this is where a lot of outlaws chose to hide out. Bonnie and Clyde used this area around Lake Tenkiller to hide out before they went and did their bank robbing stuff. And then Pretty Boy Floyd, they had the Cookson Hill gangs, the Underhill gang, a lot of this stuff. And it predates some of that. This is the end of the Trail of Tears. So we know that the Cherokee Nation is here. And there was one Cherokee who was considered an outlaw and a renegade. He was accused of shooting a U.S. Marshal. Back in these days, this was the hanging Judge Parker. If you recall, True Grit, John Wayne, Brewster Cogburn, this was where all this took place. And they went after this one Cherokee Indian for 5 years, trying to catch him. Now, he was unjustly accused, but they actually killed him after a 5-year chase that included 15 to 20 marshals, a cannon, a bunch of dynamite. And the most interesting part of that is that Cherokee Indian, who is now a folk hero and considered to be the Geronimo and sitting bull of the Cherokee Nation in this part of the world, his name is Ned Christie.
Ned Christie.
Ned Christie. And he is literally the great uncle
there he is.
Of Jason Christie. And
you can see the resemblance.
Jason says that that is a dead ringer of his father. They looked exactly alike. So, you have a lot of Cherokee Nation in here with a lot of things, and now you have a folk hero. This guy is a folk hero to the Cherokee Nation, and he was just an incredible man, a councilman and everything else. I was talking to Jason about him yesterday, and Jason has actually went to North Carolina and got on a bike and rode 2 days on a bike on the Trail of Tears that comes here. And so this is part of what makes this world that we're living in. You talk about unstable girlfriends and unstable land. I mean, this is really and truly, this fits right in, because this is a rough part of the world from a geographic standpoint. And people have used that over and over for hundreds of years.
Yeah, this is not the Oklahoma that many people would think.
Right, it's not the plains.
Flat, and
right.
You're in the foothills of the Ozark Mountains. I mean, we talked about it right after takeoff. It was shocking, just, the winding. I mean, it's a beautiful part of the world, but it is not what you would expect. Mm-hmm. You go to Tulsa and some of the other parts of Oklahoma, obviously.
Right. It's just a beautiful world, and Christie fits right into it. I mean, it's the guy that can make the bad part of it work for him. The tough part of it. And I say bad is not bad.
B.A.S., but they're wadded up right there.
Well, Ned Christie, a folk hero, but Jason Christie becoming a hero, obviously, himself, the only Native American ever to win the Bassmaster Classic, and would love to hoist this Elite Series title here this week. Hooked Up Live.
It's a white bass.
I think I heard him say it's a white bass. So that's not going to help.
If you can find my plug.
But Jason Christie, a big player in this tournament, and we got a lot of things on the line. We got TH Marine Fantasy Pick'em, and I'm sure Jason Christie is part of that group.
He's going to be the very first matchup. TH Marine Fantasy Pick'em. First matchup, fellas, we got Carl Jochimson, the previous champ, and Jason Christie, the local favorite. Who are we going with?
Well, if you look at the standings, but I got to go with Jason Christie. I mean, I just do. I think that it's going to be tight, and I do think that Carl's going to have another one of those wonderful tournaments. But emotionally, and the spirit of Ned Christie around, I've got to go with Jason Christie.
Oh, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. I mean, I really do think they're both going to have great events.
Right.
I think that Carl's going to have a big event here this week. But I'm more intimidated by Jason Christie. So just on that fact at all, I'm going Jason Christie, but gonna be close. Like I could honestly see a world where they both make the top 10 and they are both weighing in here on Sunday.
Absolutely. Have to believe Jason Christie's going to have a turnaround. Matchup number 2, though. We got Patrick Walters versus Koya Fujita. The momentum matchup, two guys that have been on a hot streak here recently. Bowman, who are we going with?
Well, I mean, with that, take the Sabine out, and I would always go with Patrick in a variety of ways because there's so much. But then I saw Koya flipping with a spinning rod at Sabine, so it really makes that another tough choice. But I still got to go with Patrick. I think that his experience on these kind of things, and plus he's got a mustache, he's gonna prevail.
Not afraid to groom that mustache during competition. I appreciate that about him. And trust me, that mustache needs some grooming. I hate to agree with you, Bowman, but I am going Patrick Walters as well for the simple fact that he caught a bass before takeoff was done here today. Really? Literally, there was boats still leaving, idling away, and he boated his first keeper. So I am going Patrick Walters.
Matchup number 3, Brandon Palaniuk, Cody Meyer. Got the Idaho Anglers. Who are we going with?
Oh, you know, the easy thing is Palaniuk, but Cody's been really hungry, and Cody is an amazing angler, and you know, I'm just got to flip a coin on that one, but I will go with Brandon since that's the easy way to go, easy way out.
I generally always go with Brandon because he's my little buddy. I did his podcast yesterday. That's coming out. But the fact that his family made literally hundreds of water balloons and attacked me afterwards, I'm all in with Cody Meyer. Sorry, I'm turning my back. I'm turning my back on the Prodigy. And Cody Meyer is an incredible angler. We're waiting for his breakout event. This just might be it.
I'm with you. Final matchup. This is the AOY matchup. We got Jay Shakurit and Chris Johnston, number 1 and 2 in progressive AOY. Who we got in this matchup, Bowman?
Well, I'm going to go against the flow there. I mean, it's hard to pick against Jay Shakurit, man. I mean, and he's having a fantastic day. But I also know that things are fixing to change. And I also understand how Chris, I have watched Chris at St. John's and other places. Jay is not one-dimensional by any shape, but Chris understands a lot of these little intricacies that you're gonna have to flip, you're gonna have to pitch, you're gonna have to throw a minnow, you're gonna have to do some of this, and Jay, he's probably there too, but I just kind of feel like Chris is in a make it or break it point in his AOY chase, and he's gonna, when he turns on the heat, nobody turns on the heat like Chris Johnston. So
this is a tough one because it's so hard to bet against Jay, and I don't want to bet for Chris because I get called a homer all the time. But I just feel like Jay is starting to feel the pressure of the moment. You're seeing that. I think it's really cool the way he has owned it from the beginning of the season, where he's like, yes, I want to win Angler of the Year. He hasn't hidden from it. I believe Jay Shakurit will win Angler of the Year, but I believe he's going to be threatened by Chris Johnson, and I believe Chris Johnson will do exactly what he did in the last event and whittle another 10 points away from him, tighten things up, and that'll make it more exciting at the tail end of the season.
I'm with you. I think this tournament's going to be a telltale event for whoever wins the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, but that's your TH Marine Fantasy Pick'em for Lake Tenkiller.
Well, great stuff. Doesn't matter what we think. It's all up to the anglers, and it'll be official when those fish hit the scales. Just day number 1, a 4-day tournament. It'll all end on Sunday. I want to remind everybody, Big Fox, Sunday afternoon, Network Fox. And as always, every Saturday and Sunday of Elite Series competition, you can see us at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, kicking off on FS1. But we got a brand new leader. The Surge Squad, trying to become the 3rd Elite Series champion of that rookie house. Andrew Loberg, 17 pounds even. Don't go anywhere. The crew from the studio going to break down the action next.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
2025 Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller. It's sponsored by, well, who was it sponsored by? Minn Kota, exactly. Minn Kota. By Bass Pro Shops. and by Skeeter Boats. And we are set up to push on into the final 4 hours of fishing here on Lake Tenkiller, northeast Oklahoma, Ozark Plateau here. Smallest body of water we will fish during the course of this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series at 13,000 acres. Water is high, maybe falling a little bit at the moment. Yeah, it looks like it is. And got to get out to Hank Cherry.
Watch me. Dude, I still feel fine. Like I've had one bite. I wish I had back. I lost that one back behind us about 100 yards. It wasn't a giant, but it would have called. Right now, I'm just really trying to see where they've repositioned. They've been up in the water column, and so I could catch some on the jerkbait, but I think the clouds have maybe pushed them down. But I've only had the one bite on the jig, so I'm not really sure. 130 or so has been, besides the first hour, 130 or so has been the best time for me. So we'll just have to see. It's really weird getting used to looking at this stuff again with 2 feet of water off of it. Probably now it's probably the way it's been pooling is probably 3 something. Like I had a jig bite on that the other day, but that corner of that bluff was covered. So it's just trying to figure out where they ran to. I think the full moon has got what's left of the shad spawning, and I think a lot of these fish are feeding at night. And I think it takes them a while to get hungry again. But one thing this place has is pressure. And we've seen tons of local guys out here, and I'm not telling them not to come. I'm just saying it just all that's added into the equation.
We have not seen a shot of Hank Cherry today without a boat dock in the background.
Good
in
point.
one way or another. So that's sort of his maybe a stability element for him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
A lot of good information there.
Yeah, very much so.
Full moon, I think, was night before last.
It was night before last.
The
Right.
11th.
Strawberry moon. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And has a lot to do with the last of the shad spawn.
Yeah, so far it's been all right. Started off trying to catch them on the top, and that didn't work. But since then, we've moved out off the bank, and I think we've got 6 keepers now, and have 3 that are, around that 3-pound marks. And I'm having I got some following me right now. Had a few other bites, but that didn't quite hook up that I could really use. But yeah, so far I think we're at 11 o'clock right now, so I'm pretty happy with the way the morning went. It's been fishing pretty tough after 10 o'clock, and it seems like there's another bite window around 2 o'clock, so kind of that midday low right now. But we haven't had these conditions, so I really don't know what to expect right now. Still getting a lot of activity and seeing a lot of fish move, so that's always promising. But we just need to catch another 3-pounder, and we'll definitely won't be leading, but we'll have a solid bag for Tenkiller.
Another 3-pounder would give him a solid bag for Tenkiller. All the talk coming in was 15 pounds is a good solid day, but I've heard multiple people say expect a 20-pound bag or 2, but 15 is, I think, the target for a, quote, good day.
And remember, on Bass Track, he has a 3.6 and a 3.2. That 3.6 was the smallmouth that we saw and guesstimated as, it looked like a 4-pounder to us. And then that 3-2 is the largemouth we most recently saw on the halftime show. And Dave, I looked at you and was like, that might be a 4-pounder as well. And if that's the case, he's got another almost 2 pounds on top of it. He would be at that 15-pound mark for sure.
Lake Capture National Champion of the Bass Nation 2024, Title 1 here in the Sooner State. Let's get back out to our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year for the year of 2019, Scott Canterbury from Odenville, Alabama.
He promised he'd go back up shallow.
You know, I mean,
he is.
having an off day really changed the lake up a bunch when they started sucking open two gates at the lower end. This up here, I was excited about this because it was, I mean, like really, really muddy. And a lot of people thought it was blown out. And I got a few bites in the mud and was excited about spending a few hours up here, and it's changed. It's cleared up a bunch. Like, it's the same as the lower end of the lake now. So it was a good move. Whether we catch one or not, I don't know, but it was a good move to learn something because you don't need to be wasting time tomorrow. We've got a decent bag. We need to catch 1 or 2 good ones, and they're up here. We just got to figure out how to catch one of them. We'll get a couple bites, I think.
Yeah, but more on what he said there about having yesterday a day off. That's normally not the case. Some anglers would prefer to have a day off before the beginning of all of these tournaments, but they only do it usually about once or twice a year. And yesterday was an off day, and with the conditions changing as fast as they are here, they, just like Scott was saying there, high dirty water and give it 24 hours look very, very different.
Davey, during his 2019 AOY victory, Tenkiller was an important key. He lost his lead after day 1. He was 30th, and he fell outside the cut. He had a great second day afternoon to get inside the cut, and then on the third day, he gained another 10 points.
Oh.
That was a really close AOY race.
I did not realize it. Tenkiller was a big player for him that year.
Well, he could have fallen out.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's your points leader for 2025, Jay
I'm
Shakir.
seeing fish everywhere. I'm just having a hard time getting them to commit, which is strange. I just don't understand why they're not biting right now. I'm around a lot of fish. My goodness. I assume most of them are bass. I mean, they're acting like bass. They're just so hard to catch. I'll trick a few by the end of the day, but man.
Got one following him
They
right
know
there,
what is
60
up.
feet away from the boat. About 15 feet, 14 feet deep. Following his bait down.
Well, we literally just pulled back up on the bank to see if we can get a flipping bite. We've just gotten up here in this water that's been a little dirtier, it's a little flatter, and the sun's just keeping those deep fish from schooling up. They're out there, they're just scattered out. I hit one school that was kind of tight for the most part and caught a few, lost a few, but We just haven't got that deal going yet. So we're gonna flip a little bit and hit some current corners up here. Just see. You know, a lot of this water that we're in now going on up in practice, it didn't get fished because it was blowed out. So it hasn't gotten as much pressure as the rest of it. And that's the thing is it's 11 o'clock and you're already starting to think about, you know, where everybody's fishing at and stuff. I mean, these dudes, everybody can flip, everybody can live scope. You don't want to be following somebody down a bank. It'd be different if the lake was still, you know, 6.5 foot high where you had an outer row of bushes and an inner row of bushes. Then you kind of feel like they'd move around, but now it's starting to get where what you see is what's there. But it's just it's amazing. It always happens, but it's amazing how fast this thing clears up. Literally right here, 3 days ago, you couldn't see 2 inches deep. It always gets in this big bend and it just filters. So.
He talks about, and we heard other anglers talk about, lack of sun means no fish schooling up. How does that work?
Yeah, every lake's different. This lake certainly has some very different characteristics than a lot of the lakes we go to, but Jason's saying the clouds, he said the sun, I think he meant the lack of enough sun was keeping these fish from schooling up.
They just kind of wander and spread out when it's
that is
cloudy.
common in most lakes through the country. Like I say, this lake has got some characteristics very different, but that's common. These fish don't really group up with the clouds.
Rookie Andrew Loberg atop our standings now with an excellent weight of 17 pounds even. That's estimated by Bass Track right there. Keith Combs has hit that magic 15-pound mark. Trey McKinney right behind him. Austin Felix up in the top 10 now, along with Bob Downey and others. Into our afternoon session here for sure. It's not quite the afternoon according to the Central Time clock, but we're in the last half of our day. That's for certain. At the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, full field out there today and tomorrow. These 13,000 acres, a mere 13,000 acres is Lake Tenkiller. I've seen guys fishing a little close together, but it hasn't seemed to be too many congested places so far. In our sampling, we have in the boat with 6 anglers all day long. And among them was Hank Cherry. And while we were letting the footage play through the commercial break there, you might have seen something, and we want
just what I wanted to hear.
Give you another look at this. This was moments ago.
Pass them up again.
Okay, not a bad one right there. You saw this one, didn't you?
Yeah, Hank caught most of his fish this morning. Swimming a white jig, he switched it up. Looks like a brown living rubber jig. Might even be a good old spotted bass right there.
I think it is, huh? Let's see if this one's going to make the cut. Probably is.
Carl Jacobson's back in the top 10. He just caught a 310, and Pat Schlopper, our Sabine River champ, a 315. He's up to 4th place with almost 14 pounds.
The buzzbait bite might be going on.
We saw happening right now.
Carl throwing a buzzbait earlier, and we all know Pat's got to be throwing a buzzbait.
Oh my gosh! This is Luke Palmer.
Yeah, it's kind of doing what I wanted to, as far as I wanted to get the limit early out of the bushes and stuff. And I pulled up on some areas that I knew would get some pressure. But if there wasn't a boat there, I was maybe hit the right rotation, pulled in there, and I caught, well, my best fish so far off of a pile. Just kind of kept bouncing around. I've caught, I don't know, several fish. It's just really need that, I need that 4-pound bite in a bad way. A 4-pounder would go astronomical for me right now. So, but it's, you know, it's 11:30. You know, kind of keep bouncing around. I still need to keep moving a little bit more, I think, than what I'm doing. Because it seems like when you do pull up to an area, if those fish are going to bite, they go ahead and bite pretty quick. So that's what I've got. 6 or 7 of them following my bait around right now. And there's some pretty good ones in this pile here too. But it's just a matter of hitting the right time. And I really want to go flip some more bushes though, and see if I can't maybe catch some, you know, a couple 3-pounders or something like that to go with what I got. And a couple 3-pounders would make me real happy right now, I can tell you that. But it can happen. I mean, you might, it's like I pulled up on a couple of deep spots this morning, and they were there, and it was, you catch a couple real quick, and but like I said, you catch them real quick. You don't have to, I mean, you got to work for them, but not as difficult. Whenever they're ready to fire, they'll go ahead and fire. But I'm going to keep running this deep stuff just a little bit longer. I got a couple areas I want to go flip, and I got a couple of other spots that it's just strictly kind of minnow fishing out there, and I don't want to necessarily go do that just yet. But whatever it takes to catch 15, 16 pounds is what I need to do. So keep after them.
A lot of different options there for Luke Palmer.
I don't know if it's Luke's location there, but sure looks like a lot more wind than we've seen anywhere else on the lake so far today.
Expect some rain suits to be coming out soon because there's a storm coming from the south.
Okay, that's what that comes from.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you, Ronnie. I think Blake Capps has more than 12, 15. I mentioned earlier that when I fish, I underestimated a little just to give myself a little room, didn't want to exaggerate. But there's a $1,000 bonus for the closest bass track weight.
Yeah.
Given at each event, and not many people even try to get it. I think
just Ed Locker.
I think I would just weigh it. Yeah, I think I would weigh my fish and just call it and tell my family if I overestimate, I apologize. I'm trying to win $1,000 extra. But it's amazing how many people don't even think about it.
That is kind of. Why are they not biting? They're just like. They're big. Oh yeah.
There's Kyle Patrick.
Yeah. Really? Yeah, I don't know. They are not biting. No. They're nice ones too. They're nice.
Had a big kayak event here. We had a notable winner, didn't we?
On our most recent peak on the water chart level. That was the last time it was high. Christine Fisher. First Bassmaster win.
That's fantastic. Good stuff. We got another one coming up in the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. That's July 26th and 27th, Lake Champlain. Going out of Plattsburgh, New York. Should be very, very interesting. Check it out. Hit the QR code and check out the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series, presented by Native Watercraft. Great having you with us here on Bassmaster Live and our live coverage of the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite here on Lake Tenkiller on the Illinois River as it flows through northeastern Oklahoma. And the rookie Andrew Loberg sort of likes these surroundings, doing very well here. 17 pounds, that is a great weight for the, as per the expectations for this week. Keith Combs right behind him at the magic 15-pound mark, which people say you need to hover around there if you want to contend for the championship here. Trey McKinney second, currently second in our real-time keeping of points for the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Trey McKinney is number 2, and also number 4, Taku Ito, is among the top 10 as well. Taku Ito coming off a great tournament on the Sabine River. And you mentioned Taku and Ronnie, you said this place is Smith Lake and is a little bit Smith Lake Part 2.
Yeah,
that all adds up. It all
type of
kind of falls
vibe.
together.
Man, we got to try to catch some better fish. I mean, I'm just going minute by minute. Right now, we're still going to try it up here for a little while. But I'm not as excited about it as I was with it being muddy. I like the mud because it puts the fish up there shallow. And without the mud, I just don't know. I mean, I'm gonna try some of those stretches up here. We catch 1, 3.5 or so, we'll probably stay the rest of the day. But if we don't, we'll make a move back down the lake. Try to fish some bushes down there. That may be the deeper bushes, deepest bush in the area. Still got 1 or 2 on it. But it's changing. Like I was just gonna flip bushes the whole time. I mean, that was my game plan. That changed pretty quick.
Let's go, Luke Palmer. Got one on.
Wow. Must be a smallmouth. It was 3 feet in the air.
I don't even think he's gonna help.
No, like that. Jumper.
I don't think so.
Might be bigger than that one.
A little longer, didn't he?
Yep.
I think he's gonna.
Have to put a scale or a balance beam on those two.
Yeah, see if that offers a little help to the cause there for Luke Palmer. Let's get back out to Hank Cherry.
Yeah, they have. Holy. Look at all them behind him. See them? Oh, I got 2.
Got 2 of them on there now.
I got 2. I literally got 2.
There you go.
2 on the jerk. And I don't think either one of them will help.
I don't know if Hank's quite a J.C. Curritt calm, but back-to-back classic winner, catching 2 at a time. It's just another day in the park.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Double throw. Does it all the time.
Yeah. Act like you've been there.
Yeah, acting like you've been there, exactly.
Interesting to see. You made a good point. We haven't seen Hank Cherry without a dock in the background.
Right.
Anytime today. Not
at all.
Not that he stayed in the same area either.
No. He just likes being around him, I think.
But, you know, he's not fishing the docks at all now, but he's, like you said, likes being around them this time of year. Shad spawn's got a lot to do with that, I would think.
He is also very fastidious about retying.
He
Of course,
is.
fishing docks exacerbates that a little bit, but still, he is just about every third fish he'll.
Been much cooler if they'd have been both 4-pounders.
Much cooler if they'd have been 4-pounders. That's definitely true. But I mean, you double up like that and don't do an Instagram or Facebook post. You have done that before.
Yeah,
that's not your first rodeo.
That's right. Yeah, it's not your first trip to the pool hall. Right? I'm hooked up again.
It's like it's loaded with fish. It's a nice fish.
They just got heads on them, but they ain't got no body hardly. If they's all fat, I'd be okay right now. I'm gonna have to do some.
Past Track has a 2.0 and 2 fish that go 2 pounds, 2 ounces. So he'd be doing some.
Yeah, he's got a lot of them around the same size, but I think they're a little heavier than the 2.0-ish.
Mm-hmm. Pat Schlopper up to 3rd place with a 2.12, giving him 14.5.
Such, I must say, Tommy gave you the award-winning writer kudos, a couple months ago, and we all laughed about it. You have been putting out some great stories since the Sabine.
Which do you like, Ronnie?
The Brazalo story with
like
Pat
it, yeah.
Schlopper and the amount of orders they got for buzz baits.
Oh my gosh.
In a week, doubled or tripled a year.
Even their whole year, 1 week.
And then the
shop's
Razorback
right up the road here,
baseball
Davey
one,
Hyde, Sherwood.
just kudos to you on the last couple stories you've done.
Bowman turned me on to the Arkansas baseball player who, behind their stadium, there's a little pond and they go fishing. He's got the whole team fishing and they bonded together. And
Looked like a decent jump from a smallmouth.
Jay got one of those better ones to bite.
Yeah.
There's a smallie. My goodness, do they fight? That's more like it right there. Finally.
Big help if his smallest fish is 2 pounds.
You got that jump, that was crazy. That thing came absolutely airborne. Well, maybe we'll try for smallies for a while.
yeah. We call that a 3-pound smallie right there. Nice little largemouth we caught earlier.
That one's going to hoist Jay back up very near the top 10, if not into the top 10.
Look at that jump.
Yeah, oh, that's quite a leaper there.
Seen a fair amount of smallmouth. The few better ones, this is one of them. We saw Blake catch what looked like a 4-pounder. They did seem to be big fighters.
Yeah. You even saw some jumping largemouth today. So.
Jumping in the boat largemouth.
Yeah, that's right. From the other side.
It must be back around the top. Yeah.
Yep.
What are you doing, boat? I didn't tell you to do that.
It looks like it might give a touch of help to Hank Cherry right there. He goes back to the dock and catches a bigger one. That's been his MO during the course of today. I don't know why he would stop doing that. From Lake Tenkiller in Oklahoma, the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series 7th stop of the year, the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller. Our live coverage is sponsored by TH Marine. Great to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon as we get underway. And day behind, I'm telling you, the fish catching has been good.
It is.
This place is full of fish, no doubt about it.
Keep in mind, we've only had 6 cameras out today. That's the case on Thursday and Friday. We'll have 10 later in the week. I'm already looking forward to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of fish being caught. The big key is to catch that 3+ pounders. We have seen some of those, even some 4-pounders with our cameras.
Takuita with a 4-pounder. We did not see that on camera, but we got Andrew Loberg, the rookie, on top. And look at Pat Schlopper, our winner from the Sabine River, a very different body of water. The last stop on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Jumping all the way up into 3rd place, Corey Johnston, who had fallen barely out of the top 10, caught a good one about 20 minutes ago, got himself right up into the top 6.
Well, just caught one, little bitty one.
Jason Christie.
Good thing is I know what I'm gonna do the rest of the day. I've fished enough deep stuff that they're just not schooled up, and it's hard to get them to bite when it's like that, especially when there's so many other kinds of fish out there. You know, they're just scattered out. So we're gonna flip the old Christie critter. We got 4 hours. We only need an hour, but we got 4 hours to catch us a couple. That's how, you know, tired of hoping for this or hoping for that. We're just gonna fish. Just need to get some bites and get them in. What I noticed in practice is like I said, I didn't fish a lot, but whenever I did fish, you just hit little stretches. You know, you might go 300 yards and not get a bite, then you get a little wad of them, which is probably, you know, a little leftover shad spawn, you know, group or something like that. But anyway, they're kind of living in little sections, and that's what we're gonna do. Not looking who's fishing in front of us or behind us, just fish. Drop my critter in as many places as we can before 4 o'clock.
think you mentioned earlier, Davey, that Jason had indicated later is better for him.
Yep. For him, but I think he was referring to that offshore bite, which now he says the clouds and the rain moving in.
That's what was good.
It's been a negative. But I know exactly what he's talking about there. I'm tired of hoping for this or hoping for that. I've been there. You learn from experience that if you've got a lot of experience on a body of water, you find yourself, man, if they would just school up right here, I could catch that 18 pounds in 10 minutes, you know, and because you've done it before, and you're hoping that it happens and you could just go ahead and catch that 18 pounds because you've done it so many times before. And so I'm sure a lot of people watching are just like me. You know exactly what he's talking about when he says, I'm tired of hoping for this and that.
Old bush like that right there by itself ought to be a...
That Hank Cherry was the other
Good
angler
one.
who told us that 130 was his best little stretch.
That's interesting.
So far this week on the lake. And there's the weather we're talking about.
Yeah.
There's our lake you see with the pointer there. And yeah, going to be a little bit of rain. Happening here, man, coming straight out of the south.
Yes, it is. So is that currently what's happening, or is that 15 minutes from now, that last little bit getting to the lake? Current look, so it's already on 2/3 of the lake. Yeah.
Nothing super heavy there, but you know, you can see it's from that shot. It's
kind of dissipates pretty quick throughout the afternoon, the rest of the afternoon. Talking about how well these guys are catching them. You got to go to 63rd place for the first guy without a limit.
That's pretty
we
good.
Have a third of the field not on Bass Track. We're going to have some surprises.
So that means you probably got 80 guys with a limit.
Yeah, maybe more.
That's good. At, you know, just a little bit before noon Central Time.
Mm-hmm. Back to Christie.
Not raining where he is, which tells me it's the upper end.
I cannot put the dang raincoat, take the raincoat off. It just...
Come here, buddy.
A little upgrade?
Yeah. Christie's gonna fish his way to the end of the day here. Seems like pretty sound plan there. He's fished enough here. He knows all the proper presentations for sure. Andrew Loberg, our rookie though, the man on top. Keith Combs and Pat Schlopper, who won last time out with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Trey McKinney, Austin Felix. There's Corey Johnson and Taku Ito. Well, some tough customers in that top 10. Carl Jochimson, defending champion, holding on. Blake Capps, the rookie, and Bob Downey. Day one live coverage continues at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller. Here in northeast Oklahoma, that's a leaderboard, unofficial as it stands right now, and Andrew Loberg, the rookie, still on top. Keith Combs having a great day, an absolutely great day. Pat Schlopper, our winner last time out, and Trey McKinney tracking the points in real time, picking up some points on one Jay Shakurit at this point right now. Trey McKinney ranked second as it stands now in our real-time tracking of Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. You mentioned some weather coming in. You've seen some evidence of it already. The further you go up the river, the more you're staying ahead of it, but pretty much everyone's going to be enveloped in it fairly quickly here, and it shouldn't linger for too long either. There doesn't seem to be a lot of thunder and lightning and heavy-duty winds either associated with, so those are good things also. So there was a rain train 3 days ago, extended for about 5 days leading up to that, and there's another rain train pretty much starting today that is going to be off and on for the next, well, the end of the week and certainly through the end of this tournament.
Very interesting to see how much on we have and not off.
Yeah, that's going to be
lake could come right back up about.
Oh, no kidding.
4 to 7 feet.
The roller coaster keeps rolling.
I guess the two circumstances, Davey, if you had it, was let it sit at the level it's at, not have them suck it dry, or if it's gonna fill up, just let it keep rising. You know, we just keep going with it because it's just the fish don't have to like, I'm gonna go shallow, or no, I'm gonna stop and go back out deeper. No, they just have one direction to go. They're either coming out or they're going up.
That would be the ideal.
Not the stop
situation.
start. Yeah.
I think the people that control this water level could care less.
Yeah, they're not
about the bass on the bushes.
Not so much about the ideal as we
way.
And I mean, you have to, the way that an inch or two of rain affects this lake, you can't just say, well, we're just going to let it rise for a few days.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got to stay on top of it.
Yeah.
It's still technically above full, so they need to get it down.
Yeah.
Even if they do have 37 feet to play with.
Of course, the connection just 15 miles down the stream with the McClellan Curve navigation system on the Arkansas River also affects the decision they make, how much water they can stuff into the big river from here.
Coming down pretty good right now, though.
Enough to fill up a hat brim if you were looking at Hank Cherry's camera there.
Four box there. Saying Hank has got more than his 10 pounds on Bass Track.
Mm-hmm. I don't see any way it's any less than 12.
He's called 2 times that he didn't even really take over about a 3-second look at a 2-pounder.
Yeah.
Hooked up. Small one.
Couple good catches of the late. Corey Johnson with a 3-pounder. He's at 14 pounds even. 5th place, and Wes Logan just caught one just under 3 pounds. He's at 13 pounds and up to 9th place.
Another one for Hank.
Blake Capps calls this his home lake. He's the only angler that we've had a camera with that hasn't mixed it up. A little shallow, a little deep. He did throw a top water just a little bit early this morning, but he has been committed out a fair amount of his time, 20 to 30 feet deep. Oh, just broke one off.
I'll be going back down the lake here in a minute. One bite to make it all great. That's the way I think about it, really. One, 4-pounder. I'm gonna try a little bit more anyhow. Golly, it's bad. It was better when it was muddy. You think it'd be good. Because you know what, it didn't get beat on like it did down the lake. And that'll make it suck worse.
I'm surprised like Scott is. You just heard him talking about how bad it's gotten. I like stained water, but if it was as muddy as what little bit I saw and heard of, it's cleared up some, but it's still stained. You'd think you'd still be able to get just as many bites there as he did in practice, but it was slowed down.
Well, guys, we got a 4-box of rainy conditions at Tenkiller. It was actually pouring down rain here in Little Rock in studio this morning, so it looks like we have more rain on the way to our region of the country as well. I'm here at the Humminbird Screen of Knowledge talking about Tenkiller, and if you missed it this morning, we've talked about how much change this lake has dealt with over the last, not week, but 2.5 months as we look at the water level table from 1st of April through the middle of June where we are currently. It has gone from full pool here, and you can see the purple and green lines here that kind of ebb and flow. That is from 23 and 24, where it's really, there's been some rises about a foot, but it's stayed pretty consistent. But the blue here is this year. So it's gone 8 feet high twice in the month of April within a week span, and within a week it was back down to full pool. It did a couple little dips in May, had a huge flood deal, not huge, but 8 feet high again in May for the kayak series, and we were back up to those levels coming into this event, and is now fluctuating twice this week as they've started to pull it down, and now it's going to rise with this rain. But when we look over at Humminbird Lake Master, the one good thing is when you go to a lake that you've never been to, you can change your depth highlight. And Davey, you can go from, this is when it's full pool, this is what your depth highlight would be. You see the backs of the creek 0 to 5 feet. The green is 5 to 10, yellow 10 to 15, and you can see 5-foot increments. But when we do the water level offset, so when some of these places all of a sudden flood quickly, you can now see where is that depth highlight I'm looking for. Were those fish in 5 to 10? Now they're going to be in 0 to 5. Well, where they'll go, you can see this flat version just to compare. right where the creek channel is going into this big creek, you've got an island on the main lake, a high spot that is labeled a shallow area most of the time, and you can see all the variety of colors and so many depth changes. If we did add 5 to 7 feet of water on this place, how much deeper it gets, those are no longer danger areas, and honestly, you're gonna have you can't go farther back into creeks. That water is just going to go higher up in the bushes. And so for some of these anglers, their fish are going to move. But like Hank Cherry said, I hadn't caught any in bushes all week. So the fact I got a few bites today was a good sign. But docks, they go up and down with the water. Yeah. They'll always have plenty of water around them, Davey.
Their stability. Got a question for you guys now. Okay, we're about every angler among our 101 have a quarter of their day left to fish. I think that's a pretty fair statement right there. Right now, 50th place, not too early to start talking about 50th place. David Gaston is sitting at 9 pounds, and we were talking about 12 pounds this morning. I think we're right on schedule for that, would you say?
I totally agree.
Yeah, I think that there's probably going to be, maybe 10 or 20 guys that pop up at weigh-in that'll shock us a little bit, but I'm right there with you. I think this is a great, and it has been the last few years, a great overall quality. The average fish, 2.5 pounders. You can get a 5 fish limit of 2.5 pounders here all day long.
And according to Sucha a little while ago, talking about as many as 80% of our anglers have limits already today. That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, I know what we have learned here in the first day, the first little over half a day of fishing on Tenkiller, is there is going to be a lot of change. The water level has changed. It's been up and down. It's getting back down. We've actually heard some anglers complaining about the water clearing up too much or falling too much. Well, it started to rain again, so that's going to change. The other thing we have learned, there's a lot of bass in this lake, and it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a very close tournament.
Last thing, Tommy, as well, you can't compare the fall of 2019 to now because it was a 16-inch size limit. Now it's 12 inches. That helps on limit size, but we have seen big fish show up as well. A couple 4-pounders today on camera.
You can't compare numbers with a different size limit like that, that's for sure. Andrew Loberg, the rookie, still on top, 17 pounds. Interesting, going to be interesting to see what he was doing today. We'll get all that when the weigh-in comes around, about 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. Keith Combs, Pat Schlopper, Trey McKinney, Corey Johnston, Austin Felix, Taku Ito, Carl Jochimson, all among our top 10.
Welcome back to Lake Tenkiller here in Cookson, Oklahoma for the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite. 7th stop of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Our live coverage brought to you today by TH Marine. Like we mentioned, Davey, we're getting to that late day portion, not midday anymore. Just a little bit of fishing day to go, and we've got some pretty good weights down through the field and plenty of action today. So why don't we catch our fans up on what has happened throughout today to kind of preview the last hour and what's at stake for some of these anglers, because we do have 6 great anglers on camera today, some classic champs, angler of the years, local hammers to the lake here at Tenkiller, and Oklahoma is where we're at, northeast Oklahoma, about a 3-hour drive west of Little Rock where we are now. And it is a place that has played home to a most recent kayak series event, also a college championship and an Elite Series event in 2019, Davey Hyatt.
Yeah, get a good look of the lake. About 13,000 acres, a little more than that going on right now because we've got some high water, but it was falling, but now it's raining again. So, yeah, this place fluctuates. We have certainly heard that all week from these anglers during their official practice. Look at Blake Capps, rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series, calls this his home lake. He has stayed down on the lower end of the lake basically all day long and spread out really well. Some anglers mid-lake and then upper lake where it had been blown out, but now the water is cleared on the upper end of the lake also.
Yeah, when you're talking about how big this lake is, you said acreage-wise, well, it's only about a 20-minute drive from the top to the bottom, and we saw one of our anglers all the way at the top. Let's kick him off at the Lou's Midday Report with Luke Palmer, who did go farther north than we had seen anybody else up the river. You don't know where people classify the river starting on Tenkiller, which curve it is, but Luke Palmer definitely went up into some places where you can see the water line was much higher a few days ago, and it is dropping out.
Yeah, Luke Palmer, it's always great to have a camera with him. Very fun and exciting to watch and keeps us filled in on exactly what he's doing and why he's doing it. And made a good move this morning. He told us he wanted to go up the river to get away from where some of the anglers have been spending most of their practice mid-lake to lower lake flipping those bushes, and certainly made a good decision this morning.
And then you think, man, a flooded fishery in the Ozarks. Let's think about a guy who's won in this region up on the bank in the bushes. Not the case for Scott Canterbury today. He's had a great day so far. He's going to be in the mix, no doubt, inside the cut line, closer to the top 20 right now currently. But Davey, he's done it all offshore. He honestly wasted some time up shallow just testing it because all his good work has came deeper.
Yeah, if you've kept up with Scott Canterbury in his career, he loves to fish shallow. He loves to fish with a jig in his hand. He did that a little bit this morning. Oh, and they were jumping in the boat when he did go offshore, by the way. But he did that a little bit this morning, caught just a couple small ones, and went offshore, and they were literally jumping in the boat. That was so fun to watch earlier today. Thankfully, he did catch that fish when he got it around to the side of the boat that he was actually fishing off of. But Scott Canterbury said, I'm fishing offshore because I spent 3 days of my practice in the bushes and it hasn't worked out. Well, he spent about half of his day today and it hasn't worked out for him shallow at all.
You have a feeling, though, the guys who play the game of in and out the best, the guys who are up close and personal or out off the bank, will have a chance to win. And Jay Shakirat showed that this morning. Caught some on a swim jig around docks, turned to the left Davey High and saw a couple high riding fish out in the middle of the channel. Was able to catch those and then really turned his attention to that from the mid-morning on.
Yeah, he really did, and I don't blame him. When you just randomly scan out in the middle of the pocket and you saw a couple fish, and they were very aggressive out, roaming around suspended. I think the clouds had a lot to do with that today. A lot of these fish up off the bottom, about the middle of the water column, 25 to 30 feet deep, but the fish, a lot of these that we saw Jay catch this morning were 12 to 15, 16 feet from the surface of the water.
Now, Davey Heights set this scenario up. You go win your biggest tournament you've ever won, the Bass Nation Championship. It gets you a berth in the Classic and the Elite Series, and looky there, your first year, you've got a tournament down the road, and honestly, Blake Capps has needed it. 4 finishes in the 90s out of his first 6 events, needed some home cooking. A little bit of a slower start today, but sticking to his guns offshore, catching not only smallmouth, but also largemouth. And boy, this is the type of tournament he needs for his rookie season capper.
It really does, and glad to see him having a good day. He was a little nervous. First time we've had a camera with him, and very excited on his home lake. This is something he'll always remember if he's still fishing the Elite Series 30 years from now or not. First day with a camera with you on your home lake. We've heard some cheers coming from some of the people around him when he caught a couple of the 4-pounders that he put in as 3-pounders, but we won't hold that against him. That's what most guys do.
You think about it, we talked about Jeff Gustafson struggling early in the season, and then he had a 10 or 11 pound day at Hartwell, and it was his best weight day of the year. This is getting up there on highest placement in an Elite Series event after day one, Blake Capps.
He's a jumper. Golly. I'm gonna boat flip him. I think he'll call anyways.
Get rid of that little bitty one.
Yes, sir. Close to it. He's skinny, ain't he? I can't believe I broke that one off a second ago. Not very big. Yeah, it's just a 110. Just 110. Let's see. I don't know if he'll call that number 1 or not. Suckers are strong, though.
That fish really fought to be 110. I think that fish fought so much it lost half of his body weight.
Fish was fighting for its life. It didn't want to drown, Davey, with all this extra water coming in the system. Jay secure it. We got to really be on our game to identify anglers now that they all are in their rain gear and hoods up.
I caught that 3-pound smallie right before that rainstorm went through. And we're just trying to get another one. It's really hard with the rain and the wind to present the bait properly to the bigger fish. So hopefully now that it's calmed down a little bit, we can see a little better and catch one more or two.
David, we talked about those anglers balancing it, and the river fish dealing with so much fluctuating water and clarity. Now it's cleared up there, but now we're getting rain coming through the next few days. How quick it changes. In your experience, a place that it's not like it doesn't flood. This is very common, and especially this year, these fish are used to it, but they're going straight up there trusting that it's going to continue to rise, or even though it's only 20 minutes to the dam by boat, they don't feel and know that it's dropping until it drops.
I think that's true in most cases, but this place is unique only to like a few others. You mentioned Smith, I think more of Douglas, but we're on the same track there. One of the few places that, and when I say a few, I mean in the region, nationwide there's a lot of places like this, I guess, but this is the minority, where a lot of these fish don't move up and down with the water rising or falling. Obviously, if they can stay in the water. The ones that are in the bushes when it drops 8 feet obviously have to move out. But there's fish on this lake, and I confirmed it with Jason Christie and Blake Caps, that a lot of these fish that are 20, 25 feet deep, it's first, second week in June, if that water comes up 8 feet or goes down 8 feet, they don't move at all. So it's different. It's not totally unique, but not like most places that we go to and fish.
And for those fish that maybe like Jay Shakira hanging in the top of a piece of timber, the timber's only going to be 5 feet deeper, you know, if the water rises, but that's the only thing that they're around. They're not related to bait balls. They're just on that cover or structure, so they're going to have to adjust if they moved. Have to make a significant change there. But Jay is on the hunt, looking for some more after the rain has passed. Not enough to strip down from the rain gear, Davey, but enough to be able to see your worm on a screen now. So Jay Shakira, good start to his season, Angler of the Year leader. This is the last real worrisome event for a lot of anglers before we head north. Almost through day one, Jay Shakira surviving still.
Continuing on into the afternoon here, first day of competition at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite on Lake Tenkiller. This is all of our 101 anglers represented, where they are currently located on the lake, all 13,000 acres of Lake Tenkiller. Davey, as we move up from the dam, we see mid-lake seems to be the most populous place, as it is usually no matter where we go.
You're exactly right. It does seem to be where most of the anglers sooner or later gravitate to the middle section of a lake, especially one like this. That upper end is so volatile, I guess. It gets blown out quite often, and it was just clearing up today for the first time. These anglers have been there all week, and in comes some more rain, so we'll see that change again by tomorrow. See a few anglers up lake. Scott Canterbury there you just saw, and Jason Christie, Corey Johnson, Brandon Card.
Let's get back out with our rookie Blake Capps. One of our Oklahoma anglers in the lineup today. Getting a close look at his mapping.
There he is. Got him. Ooh, that's a call. See what I just said? I caught a smallmouth at that spot and then turn right around and catch a largemouth. Nice. We said number one. Going back.
I think I just saw the old ball and chain.
Yeah, I know that's a call. Sucker's long. Alrighty.
Definitely gonna go for it.
Nice little afternoon call. Solid 2.5. I get a call anyways. Oh yeah, post spawn just long and skinny. I'll double check to make sure, but I know that's a call.
Good to see Blake getting into the thick of things here. It's, you know, he had to make a quick transition from a nation angler to a Bassmaster Elite Series angler in a very short amount of time. And the adjustment I know isn't always easy, but he is, he's getting to reap some of the benefits today.
Okay.
Didn't hear Blake say this, but I've heard a lot of anglers say it, and I guess I was the same way when I made it to the Pro-Am portion of the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. You all of a sudden fishing with all your heroes.
Yeah. Sure going to help the cause. We had one fish we really need to get rid of. Still don't need another 3 or 4 pounder. Made a couple, went and checked some stuff, didn't get no bites. Kind of, I'm not gonna say we wasted no time, but we went and checked some stuff and it wasn't happening. And kind of came back up to my primary area and heck, didn't fish 10 minutes and caught 2 keepers. So I think we're gonna stick it out in this area for the rest, I got about an hour and a half left, 2 hours. But yeah, so far it's been a pretty good day. Not catching a lot of fish, but the quality seems to be there when I do get a bite. Catch them on a variety of different baits, from a minnow to a jig to a worm to, I caught my first one on a big crankbait. So it's just rotating a bunch of different lures and trying to find an active fish. There's a lot of fish in this lake. It is fishing a little tough, but the more this water comes down, the better this lake's gonna start fishing.
A little less than 6 years ago, the Bassmaster Elite Series was trying to get the 2019 season finished up, and we're set for a big event on the Grand River system on Fort Gibson Lake there. Big bunch of rain, several weeks, and Fort Gibson got canceled out, and we came here to Lake Tenkiller. Take a look at Blake Capps' day here now. Concentrated for you.
Yep, this was the first fish that we saw him catch. He did start out shallow with the top water, but boy, it didn't last long. You could tell he didn't have a lot of confidence in being up there around the bushes, and once he got offshore, caught his first fish on a big crankbait, and you see here a nice smallmouth with a minnow. Then he started upgrading a little bit, caught a really nice smallmouth, about 3.5, 4 pounder. That's one more largemouth there. Good solid fish.
Heck yeah.
Been fishing from 20 to 25 feet of water for a lot of the day. If you're not familiar with Lake Tenkiller, you'd say, what in the world would somebody be doing fishing that deep with the high water conditions that they have had? But this lake, like a few others that I know of, because it fluctuates so far up and down, those fish don't move a lot of time. But look at marathon peak performance. Certainly can go to Blake Capps here. What a good start to his day. Like I said, it didn't take him long to lay that top water down and catch a 3.6 at 7:51 this morning. 2 pounder, 2 3.2, 2.11, and 2.8, and I think he has definitely underestimated a few of those fish. But unofficially, we're showing him at 13 pounds, 11 ounces. Marathon peak performance, Blake Capps.
Blake Capps from the Bass Nation program. That's the grassroots fishing platform for the B.A.S.S. organization. He is notched a win, of course, in the national championship last year in Grand Lake Grove, Oklahoma. Is also second place in another tournament, nation qualifier in Muskogee.
He said to me the first time I texted him, I said, "Congratulations, Blake. Welcome to the Elite Series." And he said, "I may not catch a bass next year, but at least I won't be working night shifts anymore."
Wow.
So a lot of sacrifice it takes to get here. He mentioned the opens wasn't necessarily a path that he could do based on schedule, occupation, time, family dynamics, stuff like that. But how the nation grassroots weekend type deals, now that the regionals are more inclusive to being able to sign up, you don't have to do all the hoops of clubs and programs. It's even more forthcoming to people who are on a tight schedule and maybe want to jump around to. You may live in Oklahoma, but you can go fish the Arkansas regional because it's closer than actually the lake in Oklahoma would be, stuff like that.
The odds of making it through the nations to the elites are very tough, but then the odds of being on your home lake in the first year on the elites, slim odds there.
Slim and none. The heavier part of the rain has passed. There's still going to be some lingering rain for a while, though, just judging from the radar.
I was surprised to see Scott Canterbury fish offshore so quickly this morning and not stick with the bushes, but when he did that, he was able to catch some good fish and get all of his weight that we've seen him put in the live well. He's been back to flipping the bushes for the last 2 hours, and I don't think he's caught a fish to help him at all.
No. Do you think he's intentionally laying off his offshore spot? Probably?
Yeah, probably that one location, but maybe he doesn't have anything else, or maybe he's at a target weight that he feels like, hey, I'm going to survive until tomorrow. But even with that, it's because he said an hour ago, hey, I might just have to go do something different. This isn't working like I thought it would, but he's stayed shallow.
Well, some of our anglers have indicated maybe the last part of the day is potentially the most productive. So we sort of look forward to that as we get down to the last couple of hours of fishing here. A little less than that left for some of our anglers at this point. A little less than 2 hours fishing time for our first flight. Anglers among the 101 here in the first 2 days at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, Cookson, Oklahoma, the host city. Here on day number 1. Show you something that you saw on the playthrough during the spot there, during the commercial break. This is Blake Capps again. Blake making some of the right moves today, that's for sure.
Back up shallow.
I can use a flipping stick too. It's pretty fish. They actually might call. Pretty close. Oh man, them guys up flipping, they probably are going to wreck them today.
He's not a spot, but he's got spots.
Oh, you'd be surprised, Blake Capps. You'd be surprised.
Take a look at all our catches so far today on Lake Tenkiller, represented on the map here from the dam, working our way up to the north and east.
Speaking of wrecking them, it looks like there's been some wrecking going on, but this is all keepers caught today.
Yeah.
And like you mentioned earlier, Tommy, most of the catches are mid-lake, but we saw some all the way down at the dam, and there's Hank Cherry fishing around the boat docks there. Then some guys all the way up the river, which surprisingly, we've heard a couple anglers say this water has cleared up too much up here. So we got some rain coming along with what we've already had. I think we'll see some stained water that they were wishing for. I know we say it often, but it is just so true when you see catches throughout a lake like this, whether it's 13 acres or 13,000 acres or 30,000 acres. It's a good sign of a healthy fishery. A lot of small fish in this lake.
You can see how the sizes sort of break down. A two plus is good. 2.5, very good. 3 is the gold standard, and 4 is daymaker for you, potentially.
Elite platinum.
Elite platinum, exactly right.
That's my hotel status.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. That's a level
no
up.
shelf on these flat ones. Just
Back to Hank Cherry.
Straight drop.
First time of day, not around a boat dock.
Yeah.
Ooh. It's gonna help.
Looks like it should. If it doesn't, he's got way more weight than he's representing on the leaderboard.
He was thinking about chucking him back, I was about to say.
Maybe able to get rid of a smallmouth here.
Definitely a bigger fish there than that smallmouth. Would have been cool for him to weigh in smallmouth, largemouth, and spotted bass, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
They definitely can.
Live, what's going on, man?
You said we are live?
Yeah.
Well, just slid up shallow up in the bushes and got to keep her really quick. Kind of makes me nervous because I haven't done that since this morning. I'd love to catch a big one. I'm throwing a young Christie critter. I'd love to catch a big one on Jason's bait. He may not like that.
So show it to us.
Yeah. Just a compact little flipping bait. It's not very big. It's a bigger bait, but it's not too big, and I love flipping in these bushes, and they can feel it, and I'm throwing it on a fairly heavy weight, just trying to get a fast fall and just getting a reaction. Like I said, I'm about to go fish. I may fish the next hour flipping up in the bushes just to see. Just trying to keep everything honest. We don't normally have this much changing conditions. Like I said earlier, I don't know what the weather's like tomorrow. We're supposed to get more rain, and they've been drawing the lake down, but if it keeps raining, we're liable to be back on the rise. So I'm just gonna check a few other areas, and hopefully we can catch a good one flipping. I think that's gonna be the main thing this week if you're wanting to win this tournament. Just keep an open mind and just. I just don't think one pattern is going to be the thing. It's going to be multiple patterns. There he was, too. I missed him. He wasn't very big.
Still live.
Yes, got it right below the hook. Typically this year too, we have our bluegill spawns going on about right now, and you can run a lot of these back of these pockets and catch fish. And I couldn't get that going this week. I can't Can't believe I missed that fish. Far bush on a point though.
Kyle Patrick jumping up to 6th place. He caught a 3.7 and 2.13. He's over 14 pounds right now. Got those in the last half hour or so.
Saw Kyle up there alongside of Jay Shakira earlier today, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
One of those creeks he's done his damage in.
Actually looking forward to the next hour or two with these anglers. We've heard several people say, very knowledgeable of the lake. First and foremost, Jason Christie saying the afternoon can be the best part of the day this time of the year. So,
and he and Shakira are in the last flight.
Jay Shakira's last flight also?
I believe so.
Wow. Scott Canterbury said magic time other than very first thing in the morning was 1:30, so
yeah,
we've got that to look forward to.
Well, I was going to ask you, with the areas stacked, the guys figuring out most every place the fish are, if the draw number of boat you went out this morning was very important in this event.
Yeah, absolutely it is, but it's not always the early draw. Sometimes
Right.
you, just like Jason Christie was happy that he got the later draw to fish later in the afternoon. When you're rotating on a smaller lake, or it doesn't even have to be a small lake, it could just be fishing small. But when you're rotating spots with people,
What I like about these bushes, I don't
timing is everything.
It's so flat. In practice, there was just so much backwater. Now that the lake's finally fallen down some, and we've had that off day, I was a big fan of the off day too. That water that was way out there is now it's on the edge of these bushes. So even in practice, it's a good possibility these fish didn't even get messed with because there was so much cover that you couldn't even get to where the fish were actually set up at.
The other thing that's interesting about this lake, so many places when the water fluctuates 2 or 3 feet, you've got cover just high and dry on the bank and nothing to fish.
Way out there.
But because this one fluctuates so much and so extremes, there's debris in the water, whether it's down 8 feet or 8 feet above full. I mean, it's just, there's always something there in the water to flip around, it appears. Whether it's bushes or blowdowns or logs or trash piles, sawdust piles we call them.
All of that dead foam, big rocks, bluff walls. One of them looked like a limestone wall that the Big Cherry was fishing over there. That was pretty cool.
Yep. Not real common in that area, is it? Limestone?
It might be a look-alike. I
Okay.
think it might be a different sort of rock that's just white. The leaderboard is provided to us by Bass Track, and it's all estimated weights, of course. But Andrew Loberg, the rookie out there, the rookie from, I think, makes his home in Alabama now, but with big-time Western roots, Western
Chico
angler
State
out there. Yeah, Chico State. A lot of
Gunnersville.
tournaments out there. Lives in Gunnersville now. Keith Combs, Texan through and through, in second place. Pat Schlopper of Wisconsin. Trey McKinney of Illinois. Old Bob Downey from Minnesota. Kyle Patrick from New York. Corey Johnston from Canada. And there's an Okie. Blake Capps right there. And I don't use Okie in the pejorative sense. I use it in the familiarity sense. Second page right there. Carl Jochimson from Australia. Followed up with Cole Sands, Wes Logan, Brandon Card, Bill Lowen. See if he's still hanging in there, number 2 spot in the points race when we get done with our fishing today. Right behind Jay Shakurit, behind him in 16th place. Timothy Doobie, Chris Seldane, Scott Canterbury, and Greg DePalma. Well, we're getting closer and closer to the end of the day. There is our defending champion. This is only the second time the elites have been to Lake Tenkiller here in northeast Oklahoma, and that young man right there, Carl Jochimson, the one who won it back in 2019 when Lake Tenkiller was a Plan B, weathered out at our first location. Carl been struggling, trying to make it in the Elite Series, and boy, what a week for him.
There he is. Yeah, baby, yeah! Boom! Yeah, baby!
I can watch that video 1,000 times and the hairs will stand up on the back of my neck. I'll get the goosebumps, I choke up. It was just because I know the emotion that went into that final fish and what I'd done, and it was a weight that had been lifted.
That could be $100,000 fish right there.
And a feeling that all the people that had supported me and stayed behind me through the tough times, that was for them.
Waited my whole life to catch that fish.
It's changed a lot over my life, you know. The early days, it was all the people that told me I couldn't do it and I wouldn't do it and that it was impossible. I thank those people now because they drove me past my comfort zone and beyond anything I could imagine, because I knew if I fail, it proved them right.
Man, I can't tell you what I'm feeling right now. Oh. That's a lifetime of dedication, passion, and just loving the game. That's the way you do it.
You've been beat down and it seems impossible and everyone seems better than you. You see that and you're like, nah, I've got heart. I can beat these guys. And Tenkiller was the proof of that.
A very exciting day. Was fortunate enough to be on the water covering that event and saw it all go down. Very exciting, very happy for Carl. I think everyone there was excited and happy for him.
A live shot of Carl right there next to Luke Palmer, I believe. That's from the camera in Luke Palmer's boat. They've been kind of in the same general proximity of each other through most of today. Spent a lot of time the upper end of the lake. Upper end was the last place for the rain to reach. It'll be the last place for it to clear out as it's moving straight south to north.
Like Carl was throwing a crankbait. Since Luke Palmer has moved offshore, he's throwing a drop shot most of the time. A minnow a little bit. Luke Palmer and Carl. One good 4-pounder away from being in the top couple spots, and they're certainly not the only ones that say that, but they've got a solid limit, just missing that 4-pounder, 4.5-pounder.
Trey McKinney just caught his 4th fish over 3 pounds. He's at 15 even, 3rd place. He started the day 57 points behind Shakur at AOY in 4th place. So he's one of the guys gaining right now. I think Bill Owens got Shakur by 1 spot. So he'll gain a point. As of now.
Most years when you get to this point in the season, it seems like it's hard for someone to gain points in AOY in the top 2 or 3, because those anglers that are in the top, let's say 5 at this late, the 7th event of the year, they never stumble. It seems like they finish that year off. The next year they might struggle to make the Classic, but you take that
It's
top
like
4.
They won't even react hardly to anything.
They're not going to stumble very much. Just
they figured out something for
momentum
that year.
is just really on their side. And I think you really focus, you start to smell the opportunity to hold that AOY trophy over your head, and you really focus in, and you do all your homework, you do all your pre-fish more than ever.
I hadn't done it since after I seen you. I don't think I've flipped since. I know a lot of the deep stuff, they ain't even there at all. No.
Jason Christie, hadn't seen him in a little bit.
I actually got a whole bunch of them on it.
Got a 1-pounder in there. I don't know if that's going to help much.
Not much. I believe it did help. He's had a true 1-pounder.
Yeah. Pays to pay attention to every ounce when you're in a tournament like this. And Jason kind of got a fairly early start this morning.
Certainly did. Got off to a good start. A late boat draw, but when he did finally get out there, he caught a couple really quick. That was, I think, his 2nd fish. That was a solid one. We thought, wow, it's going to happen. This was his 3rd fish on a pop-R. And then things really slowed down for him. He lost some fish at this. Changed his day. He lost 3 in a row there, actually, that really, really hurt him.
Yeah, right when he first went offshore. And what confused some of the
good stuff to fish on the way back.
What confused some of the viewers was he was fishing, as they would call it the last couple of. He's fishing, and he said, "If we catch 5, we'll go fishing." And they were like, "Wait, what is Christie gonna adjust and do if this isn't what his main game plan is?"
He's had a slower day than I would think anyone would have thought, but don't count him out. Don't count him out.
We're live. Okay.
Another thing about Jason Christie, because I've been on my home lake in these elite tournaments like this, you don't actually do a lot of practicing because you don't feel like you need to burn any fish. He's probably just learning a lot about what's really going on with the lake this week. Obviously, he knows the lake better than anybody in this tournament, but just finally getting tuned in, dialed in with, more closely with what the fish are doing.
Look at this is actually not our top 6, but our entire top 10 as it stands right here on the map.
We have seen anglers go from the top of the lake to the bottom of the lake. He said that, Davey. 20 minutes isn't a long run, but they're using every inch of this to stay in the top 10.
We got plenty of fishing time left on this day. You can get a lot done in the final hours here on Lake Tenkiller. We've heard plenty of reports of that. Yes, welcome to the special part of the country right here, northeast Oklahoma, part of the Ozarks Plateau here. Beautiful, beautiful landscape, mountains, and a lot of wooded areas and beautiful spots, lakes and so forth. And our local host, the Oklahoma Ozarks Tourism Association, hats off to them for all the help they afford us and being so welcoming, extending the hospitality to all the anglers and the tournament crews and so forth, and the fans who watch. And I know everyone's appreciating these beautiful views of Lake Tenkiller and the surroundings here. And great to have you with us here this afternoon as we stretch well into the afternoon here. We're getting close to the end of our broadcast day. Here in about 40 minutes or so, the tournament will go on to take off now at Chicken Creek, having been moved because of lake conditions, and that's where the weigh-in will be. The Chicken Creek ramp there.
There he is.
Blake Capps he's the man on fire this afternoon.
He really is.
Feels pretty good.
Been up shallow flipping, now he's back offshore.
Is it a bass? Oh, yeah. Oh, he's on the top of the head. That's interesting. I don't think he's very big. He's hooked on the back top of the head, it looked like. Yeah, it ain't gonna help. That's interesting. Right in the top of the head. Oh, smallmouth. Ain't gonna help. No, he'll keep, but he ain't gonna help. Yeah, cool. Not gonna make the team. I thought it was a good one. It's hooked in the top of the head.
Bob Downey up to 4th place with 14.10. He just landed a 2.10.
Let's get it over quickly to Hank Cherry. I believe he's hooked up as we speak here.
Solid one.
Yeah.
It's on the newbie. It's on the new kid. Can't look at. Top secret stuff going on this boat. Yes. Yes.
That fish is either still not spawned or spawned quite a while ago. It's got a very different build than most of the fish we've seen have looked like that one that he's culling there.
Red guy, you guys.
That fish a little more portly.
Red guy.
Yes.
Hold on, hold on.
That's a good upgrade there.
I can guarantee you, it's the color. I don't know. It just sounded like the.
Gonna move Hank Cherry up a little bit there. He started out the day in our top 10. Spent a good little bit of time there. Caught him, quite a few of them this morning. Falling into the 30s as it stands now, but we suspect he may have more than is listed on Bass Track.
Our first major change of the day, I suppose. We're up here flipping a little bush section and just looking for that little better than average size bite up in here. I felt like I was just kind of getting, I feel like a lot of the fish I was throwing at out there I'd already been thrown at 2 or 3 times today, so I just kind of not gave up on it, but I'd like to come up here and give this an honest try for about an hour and just see if these fish are active or how picked through they've been. I'm sure this area's been fished. It's hard to pick a bank that really hasn't been, but it's kind of where we're at right now. We'll see if we get bit in these bushes, and hopefully it's a nice one. I think it got a little better, and now it's falling, so I don't, actually it may come up again with the rain we have, so I don't know. It started falling here the last 12 hours, but now with this rain, I think they were dropping it, you know, anticipation for all this rain now we have coming in. So I don't know, you know, obviously it'll probably start to come up again with how much rain we're getting. So I like that. The only thing I'm worried about is just how many people have come through here and fished. That's kind of the only thing that concerns me. These fish are pretty aggressive, and it's kind of catch one, and I wouldn't say there's that many more around, but you never know.
Saw Jason Christie throw a frog there for a few casts. I could watch a little more of that.
Yeah, you know, he wants to keep doing that. I don't think we're going to kick about it too much.
No, on his home lake. Frog around some of these willow trees, cypress trees, buckbrush.
Jay Shakir, of course, leading the points race, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. 16th place. He may have lost a few points to a couple of anglers today, but nothing's official till we get done with the weigh-in today, that is for sure. Trey McKinney may have gained on him, and Taku Ito possibly as well.
Yeah, Chris Johnson, we don't have weights for him or Fujita, who were started the day 2nd and 3rd. But McKinney's gained, you know, a handful in the teens points so far.
And he was real close to Bill Lowen, right? At one point, probably still is. Yeah, he's right. Bill Lowen's right above him.
Yeah, they're together. The Walters we don't know, or Will Davis. You know, Chris Johnson's brother Corey's doing pretty well. He just landed a 3-pounder. He's up to 5th place, 14.5, tying Pat Schlopper.
I want to remind you about Bassmaster, which is an initiative by B.A.S.S. to provide a place for women to come together, learn more about the sport of fishing, how they can make contacts in the industry, get involved in tournament competition. They do it with a series of workshops, and the next one's coming up at the ICAST in Orlando, Florida on July 17th. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. About an hour's time till the first flight has to check in for Chicken Creek facility, northern part of the lake. Excuse me, it's further south than where we were going to put in, right? I believe.
Yes.
Hooked up live with Hank Cherry. Whoa, moving.
Tommy, we got 26 minutes left. We got to get it in.
Go.
We got to get it. We got plenty of.
That's right. Yeah.
Slow down, Hank. Take it easy.
Can you believe that? Oh my gosh.
Big smallmouth.
Stop, dude. Stop. Oh, got my bad arm. Come on, dude. Come on, hold on. Come on. How did that happen? Oh my gosh. Did you see that? How did that happen? Oh my gosh. Like, how does that happen?
All right, so the report we are getting in our ears
Are you
is that
kidding me?
he was originally hooked up with a big largemouth, the smallmouth cane.
Believable.
Jacked up the largemouth, took the bait, and that's what he's left with.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Look at that trade.
That culls, but the largemouth was bigger, we're being told.
Yeah.
Bro, how did that happen?
You don't have a two-time Classic champ say, how does that happen like 47 times in a row?
Yeah.
Very
How does
often.
that happen?
No.
Unbelievable. How does that happen?
It's got to be on a replay. There's no way.
He's moving his lips.
Unbelievable. How does that happen?
Tell us a story.
I heard 5-pound largemouth mentioned.
We don't know how it happens. We don't even know what happened. Please tell us.
Yeah, I'd like to hear Hank's version.
From him, yeah.
How does that happen? That's the craziest shit I ever seen.
Okay.
I mean, how?
Okay. I think this is after it happened.
Oh, if I could.
How does it happen, Davey?
So I didn't understand. I mean, all we have seen is a smallmouth on a corner of a bluff, which is nothing unusual.
That was crazy. Whoa. I'm not sure exactly what just happened. I've never, ever in my entire life seen nothing like that. So I caught a good one over there. I said, I know there's one over here. I got to go back over there. The trash was gone. I could make my cast. I made my cast. I said, there he is. He came up. It was a 4 to 5 pound largemouth. It was a big largemouth. He's skinny, so it could have been 3 3/4, could have been 4 1/2. He's fighting. The boat hits the rocks. I learned my lesson from Gran. Screw the boat, trying to catch the fish. I got him under the boat. He's coming up, and then all of a sudden, a 3 3/4, 4 pound smallmouth just goes shooting out from the boat with my jerkbait in his mouth. So I guess when he went under the boat, he went across the rock or whatever. The smallmouth was there. He said, give me that. And he bullied him and took it. I've never, ever, ever seen that happen before in my life. Like, I've seen it happen like you catch doubles and on a long cast or something, but I've never seen it when he's about to give up. I mean, I almost had my hands on him, and then all of a sudden, his big brown partner took over. It's crazy. Crazy happenings on the Tenkiller.
Well, that's the account. I bet there's some largemouth out there in that water would say, believe me, buddy, it happens all the time.
Yeah, exactly. So if you think about it.
I mean, I'm still giddy and goofy about it because I've never, ever seen that happen.
We saw him catch 2 largemouth earlier today.
I'm praying for a 4 pounder.
That's what would have happened.
All right, Lord, I need a 4 pounder. And then I get him.
Right. But evidently when the smallmouth got on there, it probably just pulled out the largemouth at the same time.
It goes from a largemouth to a smallmouth. Never seen that, ever. Just a good day. I've seen it go the other way a lot of times when they dig underneath the boat and they come off. That's never fun.
Smallmouth in that area called it the old bait and switch.
Yeah, it's a switch and bait.
Twilight Zone.
Smallmouth is doing him a favor. You've had a good day on largemouth. I need to join your bag and save the 5 pound largemouth for tomorrow. That's what he's saying.
Yeah. Looking out for him.
How does that happen? I mean, I'm not drunk, you saw it, right? Huh? I mean, how does that happen? No idea.
It's a nice fish.
Still got a good smallmouth out of it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it wasn't a total loss.
I think, yeah.
Just better to be lucky than good sometimes.
So let's go back and look at this because the first jump that it's right when the tape starts. It looks like, that's the largemouth.
Yeah. White belly.
That's definitely the largemouth. And it is a big largemouth. He clearly has his jerkbait in his mouth.
And it wasn't like it went slack and then he's like, oh, another one got it.
Yeah, he's
bowed the whole time.
But then evidently the smallmouth gets on about right here. I saw his rod jump.
Yeah, right when he went under the boat, you saw that rod.
And then it jumps out.
And
there's the smallmouth.
It's like a magic trick.
Yeah. Wow. So we've seen him put 2 in the boat on that same jerkbait today at the same time. Boy, it would have been great if he'd have caught almost a 4 pound smallmouth and a 5 pound largemouth.
Wow.
We'd probably have a new leader, but.
Yeah, we might have him on camera tomorrow too.
Yeah.
How does that happen, Tommy?
What just happened? How does that happen?
While that was happening, Takuito went on a run. 5 fish within 3 minutes, 2 3-pounders. He's in second place with 16 plus.
Wow, 5 fish within 3 minutes?
It starts at 131, ends at 133.
Wow.
His 5 fish, he entered. I don't know exactly when he caught them.
Like A-rig or cast net or?
Could be.
Catching them 2 at a time, maybe.
That's right, sometimes 2 at once.
And of course, Trey McKinney upgraded with a 3-pounder. He's up to 3rd place, 15-10.
So what's has Hank Cherry so excited is, so we saw the largemouth jump. It clearly was a largemouth. Now.
That's a largemouth.
Then right there, the smallmouth got it. So he's waiting to lip the 4-pound largemouth, 4.5 pound, I'd say probably. And then all of a sudden, there's a smallmouth on there. Yeah, smallmouth's definitely quite a bit smaller. Not mouth, but the body size.
Right. Well, he can't help that, Davey. It's born that way. Come on.
Davey, how does that happen?
It's just.
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
It's no different than we saw him catch the two. They both stayed hooked up for a while. Here,
Right, yeah,
it was like when
deal.
that smallmouth got on, it tore the hook away from the largemouth.
We've seen him catch a double. We've seen have two fish fight over the one bait in that circumstance. Earlier with the swim jig, he caught one and saw multiple with it as well. And so, and that's just from one angler. It's not like we say, oh, it's happening for everybody like that. No, he's catching numbers of fish, both species, and having plenty with them too, which is a great sign for him, probably encouraging as well, especially because he started his day bush flipping and was like, I didn't catch but one of these in practice. Well, don't go do what you do then.
Fishing with and against anglers for many, many years, and I fished against Hank Cherry for a number of years. This time of the year, he just kind of makes it happen with the jerkbait. There you go. Big largemouth. Close to the boat.
Still largemouth.
Boom, pop, pop.
Look away.
Right here.
Yeah, largemouth there.
Still.
Abracadabra.
And then it's a smallmouth.
That's when he started saying, what just happened? How does that happen? That is great. Oh, man.
As long as it happens, we don't care how it happens.
I love it. Good stuff. More coming. Back day one coverage. Bassmaster Live. The event here at Lake Tenkiller, the Bassmaster Elite Series. The 3:30 is the weigh-in time. Check-in time also. Occupying the Yeti hot seat when the weigh-in gets going here on Bassmaster.com will be Andrew Loberg. We'll see how well the rookie can handle the heat of the Yeti hot seat.
Good to
Should be a lot of fun.
Andrew having a good tournament here.
Maybe we'll find out some more about what he's been doing. We'll get a shot at doing that tomorrow, for sure. We'll see what he's up to. And man, we have seen a lot here just in the last hour on Tenkiller. Let's get back out to Scott Canterbury.
I think some of those anglers were definitely telling us the truth when they said things would be picking up around 1:30, because it certainly has.
Oh, it's been fast and furious, that's for sure. Scott Canterbury decided to give the marinas a try here.
All right, that's right. I'm done. I don't know what to do, but I'm done with that. Can't get a bite. Yeah. I'm gonna drag a jig, football jig around or something.
All right, the marinas have been given a try, and we're done with that. Moving on. Scott Canterbury, though, good day for him so far.
2019 champ Carl Jacobson here. Got knocked out of the top 10. He's back in it with the 3+ pounders up to almost 14.5. Right behind Pat Schlopper and Corey Johnston.
The two hometown heroes here. Both of them listed Tenkiller as their home lake. Here's some Christy Blake catch. Jason Christy not having the day we would have expected from him, or he would have expected, I'm sure.
You can tell the wheels are turning with Jason. He's mixing it up, popping frog, flipping docks. Good one here, it looks like, for Blake.
This way, I guess. Oh gosh, there.
2 pounds, the smallest fish. This definitely looks bigger than a 2-pounder.
I think. He might call. Be close. Be close. Number 3. Let's see.
We're gonna beam him here.
I think it's gonna help him. Small mouth, large mouth.
Nope. Not gonna help.
Most of the largemouth are very thin looking. That fish, a lot bigger head. Thought he was gonna help him, but he did not.
Back to Cherry.
Come on, dude. Dude, I know I can catch one right there in front of me, but I don't want to do it with that boat right there.
I just heard Hank right. He said, I know I could catch one right there in front of me, but I don't want to do it with that boat right there. It looks like a boat about 100 yards straight down the bank.
Way down.
I really don't. I don't know if he's caught one. Dude, I'm telling you right now, they will clobber that thing. The conditions are beautiful, perfect for it, and I'm not gonna throw it around anybody. I'm just not. You understand why? Nobody's doing that.
Looks like Paul Mueller. I'm not 100%.
And they're bigger fish too. That's Mueller. Paul Mueller. Mueller.
So we know that Jason Christie does not check in until 4 o'clock. So lots of fishing time, and things have definitely picked up in the last 30 minutes. So lots of good fishing time left. But how many people you think would have taken over or under on Jason Christie with 10 pounds even?
No.
Not me.
No.
Not under on me.
No. Not many people would have called
And he
back.
might come in with 17 pounds. I'm not saying he can't or won't, but it's never easy.
It's just
your
so,
home lake. He knows it
yeah.
10 times better than any other person here. Maybe not Blake Caps because it's home lake also, but he knows it.
Oh no, I'd give it to him over Blake. Absolutely.
Just because of the age.
Oh yeah, just duration, time. Yeah, for
but
sure.
But maybe not 10 times more is what I'll say.
Oh, yeah,
Surely he knows it better than anyone, more time than anyone in this field. But these guys are good. And Jason talked about that. You give them 3 days on a body of water.
And it's just.
Oh, there should have been one right there.
They try not to run the 1,000 spots they know, but sometimes the tournament might line up where you need to, and it's so hard to like. You're fighting demons no matter what, but you don't know which ones are the demons you need to fight. Like, do you just stick with history? We got a place that's fluctuating so much. Do you just stay offshore, or do you wait for the butt?
But he's mixed it up.
Absolutely.
And maybe that's been a problem. You know, who knows?
10 will keep him in it.
We have run through a bunch of, We've run through a bunch of fish today, I can tell you that.
We have. We really have.
Plenty of smallmouth, largemouth. You've spotted bass along the way as well. Sometimes 2 at once.
Yeah.
And
color changing bass.
Sometimes a total mugging out there.
Bait and switch. Switch
bait and switch. Well, smallmouth mugs a largemouth and winds up getting caught. We've had it all today.
So cool about that. That smallmouth knew to wait till that largemouth got up beside the boat. He was tired, he was slow, and then he snatched him.
And go.
We even had a fish try to get in through the back door into the boat. So I mean, we've had a great day today.
Jumped in the other side of the boat.
It's gonna be hard to top what we've seen today. You kids fish on. They're gonna fish on till 3:30, at least our first flighters. That's when they'll check in at the Chicken Creek facility. Now, it was gonna be, if you're in the area and thinking it's gonna be at Cherokee Landing, not there. They had to move that because of weather considerations to the Chicken Creek ramp and facility, and that's where the weigh-in will be today. Coverage starts tomorrow, same time, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bassmaster.com and the Roku Sports Channel. So we will see you promptly at 8 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow.